Get your weapons ready, kiss the ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Fight the war. Fight the war. Fight the war. Oh, here's why we're fighting. It's about the fight. Let the writers writing settle wrong from right. In a time of conflict, when the bullets fly, in the space of seconds, a life you cannot buy. Face the facts before you, face the simple truth. We're hopelessly outnumbered, it's tragic but it's true. Make your last formation, take the final road. Now it's time for endings, now it's time to go. Fight the war. Oh, fight the war. Fight the war. Souls in the ruins, all rubble in the streets. Corpses near the buildings, all this night and heat. Time to take a stand, boys. Time to make a choice. Time to find our courage. Time to be deployed. Make our only stand here. Make our oaths complete. All we waited for now, past the future meet. Get your weapons ready. Kiss the ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Fight the war. Oh, fight the war. Fight the war.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We're gonna fight the war because we're back and we're on a regular schedule now. Yeah. Oh yeah, that routine schedule. What's going on, everyone? Hello, Argonauts. Welcome, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well today. It is a pleasure to be back with you all as we move into the regular routine schedule now for a while. I am back from DragonCon. Had a good time hanging out with all the cosplayers, and boy, were there a lot of them. In Atlanta, had some very, very good turnout on the panels. I will probably speak some tonight about different things that happened with DragonCon and panels and all that kind of good stuff. And we'll have a couple of some announcements as well that I'll be making about the stream and stuff like that going forward. But it is good to see everybody. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be back. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And missed you all. I hope everyone is doing well out there. And yeah, we're into fall now, people. I guess we officially enter fall as of September 21st. But from my point of view, I always think of it basically as once Labor Day is passed, that means we're now into the fall time. So we are now into the fall semester. And so my schedule now is the way it's going to be. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So again, please note Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, starting usually around this time between 9 and 9:30 p.m. Eastern and going until about 1, sometimes 1:30, but usually no longer than 1, around that, something like that. I try to do 4 hours, so I'd like to be able to do, you know, 9:30 to 1:30 or 9 to 1, something like that, Eastern, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, with an occasional Friday stream. So that's what we're looking at going forward, but I am very excited to be here with all of you. Before we get into some things, just a couple of reminders about the ways to support the stream. Exclamation point CTT will allow you to retweet the stream to all and sundry. Exclamation point ARVTube will get you over to my YouTube channel where you can check out past broadcasts of the stream. Exclamation point Steam Group will get you over to the Arvanauts Steam Group, now 244 members strong, and join everybody doing stuff like that. And last but certainly not least, exclamation point ARVTreon, ARVTREON, will get you over to my Patreon, basically the equivalent of my subscription until I get partnered, with 24 patrons and $221 a month. That's what we're at right now. And it would be very, very helpful for people to join and continue to kind of move us up to the $250 and then eventually the $300 level. So please do that, wonderful people, and help support the stream if you possibly can. With that said, just a couple of announcements about the stream, about things that are coming up. Later, first of all, later today, after we play through day 4 of Shadowrun Hong Kong, we will have the final vote on what Patreon-selected, Patreon-provided, chat-selected game we're going to be doing for today. And I believe, as of right now, that's not how you spell it. There we go. I believe, as of right now, let's take a look and see what the poll says. Right now, we are... Oh, my God, look at that. It actually pops up on the actual chat. That's awesome. All right, well, let's take a look. Right now, Shadowrun Genesis is winning with 15 votes. Grandia 2 has 10 votes. MGS 3 has 5 votes. And Ghostmaster has 4 votes. So that's currently what things are. If you haven't yet voted on that, please get your vote in, because today is the last day for that vote, and I'll be closing the vote this evening. And then we'll decide whether it's going to be Shadowrun Genesis, Grandia 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, or Ghostmaster. Grandia 2 has gotten a surprising amount of love. I wasn't 100% sure if people were going to get that, but yeah, a lot of people are down with that. So no, I didn't notice that it popped up. I knew that the chat thing popped up at the top of the window, but I didn't know that it actually showed the poll in the window. So anyway, that's awesome. So that's what we're looking at right now. So again, get your vote in there, because that will be determined later on tonight, and then I will decide when I'm actually going to give that game a try. Again, that's only going to be me trying it. I can't promise to finish it. 2 of the games that chat has chosen for me, I guess the 2 games that chat chose for me, Sam & Max Hit the Road and Chrono Trigger, I ended up not only trying but actually finishing. So it is certainly, right now you're 2 for 2, but I'm not promising to finish it. We will see. Shadowrun Genesis was the one that people chose, Messiah, because a lot of people thought that that it was closer, apparently, to the actual Shadowrun game than the SNES version was. I don't know. It is interesting, though, because it's going to be kind of a challenge. It's not available on any of the virtual consoles. It's not available through PlayStation Network. It's not available on Xbox. It's not available through the Wii Virtual Console. So that means I'm going to have to do some serious thinking about how I want to handle it. It's possible that I could try picking up a Retron and seeing about trying to do that, because that has the whole HDMI thing going on, so I might do that. You know, that would open up the possibility of playing other Genesis-type games and things like that. So we'll see. I mean, I'm going to have to think about how exactly I want to capture it if that ends up winning, but we'll sort of cross that bridge when we come to it. First, we actually have to get there. Now, the other thing I want to mention is that thanks to the patron support, we've actually slipped below it, but we reached September with this, and so it counts, 225 and up, and that is a voiceover event. So later on this month, we will be doing a voiceover event, and I am happy to announce that we have several confirmed people for that. We will have Trendane, who, as Messiah said, is now Duncan Wu canon. We have Trendane will be joining us. We have Russ Guberman, who is Kindly Cheng canon, I would say. He is going to be joining us. We have George Ledoux, who is a professional voice actor, has done it for 2 decades plus, and did a lot of voiceovers for Warlock 2 and so on. He is going to be joining us. We also have Rob from Game Crashers is going to be joining us as well, and then a 5th streamer who I will announce shortly. I just want to get confirmation from her that she'll be in, but I'm pretty sure she will be. So we will have a team of 5 doing this, folks, and they are going to be obviously voicing over Shadowrun Hong Kong, just as was the case from the Harebrained Studios thing, and this is again thanks to chat supporting the Patreon to the degree that they have. So if you want to see more of that, please continue to support support it. But that is going to be happening later this month. So we will have an epic event consisting of 5 voice actors along with myself voicing over parts of Shadowrun Hong Kong. So that will happen later on this month as well. And then the last thing I want to mention is that there are 2 other events that are still floating that I haven't gotten dates for, but I will. One of them is Joe Deaver, who's the guy who did the Lone Wolf games. I am trying to get a hold of him to get him on the channel. That will be happening at some point. And then the other event that's happening that I know of at the moment is coming up in either October or early November, and that is Mr. Ed Greenwood is going to be dungeon mastering a Dungeons & Dragons game. He is going to be dungeon mastering a Dungeons & Dragons game with the Infinity and Beyond crew, and that's going to be super awesome. No one else is doing that on Twitch, so I'm hoping to promote the heck out of that. Also, we hope to have some more Infinity and Beyond sessions this month if we can possibly manage that as well. So a lot of fun, hopefully due over the next couple of months, and I hope you will all come along for the ride. Emulators are legal, technically. I guess it's appropriate, right, that I would be using something that skirts the bounds of legality when I'm dealing with a Shadowrun game. Isn't that appropriate? See, exactly. What Hanito Kasu is what Hanito said is the issue. And I don't know. I mean, like, I could get... See, here's the thing. I could easily get a cheap Sega Genesis easily. I could get a cheap Sega Genesis. I could get... I mean, I have it in television already, so I've already done some of this before. The issue, though, is that I really don't want to have to fiddle with tons and tons of, like, figuring out how to emulate and everything. It would just be a lot easier if I just had something which, like, outputted in HDMI without having to go to adapters and all this kind of stuff. And that's basically... You're talking about something like a Retron. So if I got a Retron that basically did SNES or Genesis, or I could get the Retron 5 that has like 5 of them, then, or I don't know, even more than that, I think 7 of them. Anyway, some absurd number of things that it emulates, then that would be fine. The problem for me, though, is that I've heard some horror stories about the build quality of these things, and I do not want to drop $100 plus on something and then make myself, you know, have it actually break thereafter. So that's kind of the concern that I'm looking at. So we'll see. So having said that, let me say hi to everybody who is here to start, and then I'll show my face, and then we'll go from there. So hello to, first of all, Wolf Boy. What's up, Trollware? And Trollware, by the way, I saw your motion capture thing, and that's cool, man. I'm going to think a little bit about what I can do about that, because there are some possibilities, perhaps, maybe. What is up, Smacky Butts? Hello, Messiah. What is up, Matt Mo? Kilobyte. Kilobyte, my friend. I want to say hi to you, Kilobyte, and also, Kill, I may have need of your incredible awesome sauce design skills with the Z, sir, because I may have, as you just heard, or may have heard, I'm going to have this voiceover event with right now 5. I have 4 confirmed, probably 5 voice actors plus myself. And I'm thinking that I would like to be able to have some kind of an overlay that basically lets us see the 5, like kind of a cool place to put the 5 camera pictures of the voice actors, if you follow what I mean. I don't really like overlays for most of my video games to begin with, because I want the most video game real estate as possible. But I think it might be cool to have some kind of overlay that would sort of specify how this is a special event of the R vocalists. By the way, remember, that's who we're calling ourselves, the R vocalists for this. So I wanted to sort of touch base with you and see about maybe doing something like that. So anyway, I will talk more to you about that stuff going on. Hello to Hanito. What is up, Glob? What's going on, EMC? Hello, Divinorium. What's up, Dark and Wolf? Hello, Baron. What's up, Bagel Town? Hello, Acclimative. And hello to my awesome mods. What is up, Shadow Mage? Hello, Lego Freak. What is up, Apples? Good to see everybody. I hope everyone is doing well. And yeah, I missed you guys, and I am glad to see everyone. Yes, exactly, Kill. Kind of like what I have for playing D&D, exactly. Except something that would basically be like, you know, like the R vocalists would be like the title, right? And then like voiceover event or something. And then whatever game could be in the middle, and I would have that crew of people that would actually be voice acting. Because I think it's fun to actually have voice actors, you know, you actually see them performing, not just actually hear them. So anyway, that was my thought. I also, though, worry because I already feel like I've gotten like all this like, you know, semi-free stuff from you, and I feel bad about that. So I don't know. Anyway, but yes, I wanted to touch base with you about something like that. That all said, let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this, and let me turn on this. There we go. Hello, everyone. Good to see everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Again, pleasure to have everyone here. I am wearing my Theory of Gameativity shirt today. GM equals PC squared. It's got a double meaning. Either means that the Game Master is worth 2 PCs put together, or it means that a Game Master is always better than a personal computer. And I think we can all agree that both of those are true. Anyway, I hope everyone is doing well. It's great to see you all. And I think the only other announcement that I want to make is just about the order of games here. We're playing Shadowrun until we finish it, basically. Again, with the Fighting Fantasy game book. That'll happen towards the end of the month. We'll be able to get that in. With the games selected by chat for me to try, and with a possible Infinity and Beyond session or 2 thrown in there. Other than that, though, we'll be playing, focusing on Shadowrun Hong Kong until it's finished. After that, then we're going to see, because I am going to probably be playing Alpha Protocol next. I've been jonesing to get a couple of Sherlock Holmes games played, so I want to do that. The second Phoenix Wright game. Arkham Knight, it appears, is almost back into regular PC production, as they say, so I'll be able to maybe, give that a shot at this point. I have to get back to The Witcher at some point. So all of these are things which are sort of up in the air, and also Sword Coast Legends in the not too distant future. So all of these are games that I'm looking at, but I'm pretty confident that Shadowrun is going to be followed by Alpha Protocol at the least. So that's the deal. Yeah, no, I understand that, Troll. I understand that. And I mean, personally, I was impressed. I mean, since my ability to do this is nil, I was impressed. My webcam looks a little dull. Give me a second here and let me brighten it up a little bit. So yeah, so that's what's going on as far as the order of games is concerned. And now I'm going to be with you guys for a while, because the next thing that I've got, let me turn up the too much for the game. Hang on. White balance. And okay, a little bit better. Lovely. Okay. So the other thing I will be talking about is, so I'll talk a little bit about Dragon Con. It was an interesting convention. A lot of good things about it. For one thing, I was on the Tolkien track, so I got to do panels on Tolkien and Westeros. Middle-earth and Westeros, so we had some Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings going on. I did 2 panels on Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, because of the demand. That was pretty cool, both of those panels. And actually, the Westeros panel was really cool, too. That went really well. The guy who organized it did a really good job kind of putting it all together. There were a lot of people there. I mean, I would say the room was packed. First room was probably about 300. I would guess 250, maybe 300. And then the second room was packed to the gills. It was a smaller room, about 175. And then again, another panel worth about 150, 175. So a lot of good attendance, a lot of people who were really interested in stuff, and that was cool. And I felt like I enjoyed myself. I felt like I did well. I acquitted myself well, I thought. So that was good. Couple of readings, got to hang out with some author friends, and I did a workshop that was sort of a reprise of what I did at the Philadelphia Comic-Con, where I talked a little bit about networking in the online age and stuff like that for the creative. So it was a good time. I definitely enjoyed myself. And let me tell you, cosplay. There is a lot of cosplay at Dragon Con. I have to say, I thought that they overplayed a little bit how many people they had. Because going in there, I heard these exorbitant numbers of 80,000, 75,000, 90,000. Okay, no. They had about 53,000 people there. Now, it was compressed into about 4 different hotels in a very small radius. So as opposed to someplace like Gen Con, which had 61,000 this year, but Gen Con had a big convention center, the Indiana Convention Center, where people could go into. Dragon Con, though, is really packed into places. We were staying at the Hyatt Regency. And by the way, the organizers did a great job getting all the professionals squared away, getting rooms assigned to us and all that stuff. So I have no complaints about that. I thought they did a great job there. But man, those places were packed, and it was hopping Friday night, Saturday night, even Sunday night. Some of the costumes were amazing, absolutely amazing. I thought the overall numbers, they sort of inflated kind of going into it. But as far as the number of costumes, there's no question. I've never been in a convention, including any Comic-Con, that had this many costumes. The cosplay was off the hook. And some of it was, not so good. But a lot of it was really, really impressive. And there were a couple of ones that I was just like, That's amazing. So a lot of really cool stuff. But I enjoyed that. It was definitely good stuff. And that's the last convention for me, sadly, until next month, when I'm going to have a panel on podcasting at the New York City Comic Con, which is local to me. It's a Friday, and I'll be able to just pop over and do that and hang out with some people and then come back and stream for you all that evening. So that's good. Well, actually, that's Friday, so I might not be streaming for you that evening. We'll see. I forgot that's not one of my normal streaming days now. But so that's going to be happening in October. And then possibly I'll be participating in the World Fantasy Convention, Saratoga Springs, end of October, beginning of November. So those two, one of them for sure, the New York City Comic Con, maybe World Fantasy, and then that's it basically until February. So so convention season is just about finished, which is, it's always a little sad because I really enjoy conventions and conferences. On the other hand, I have to admit, I'm looking forward to kind of a little bit of sort of more set routine. Don't have to fly anymore for 7 months at least. I don't have to fly anywhere. I can just kind of settle in and just kind of chill and, do my teaching thing and do the writing thing, and kind of get all my stuff squared away as we get ready for the release of Icarus, and then starting to get ready to gear up for the release of Gray Shade and all that stuff next year. So that is what we are looking at. So with all that said, I hope all you wonderful people are doing well. Hey, Shadowed, welcome. And let's get into some Shadowrun, people. Shadowrun Day 4. The time has come for us to move forward as we run into the shadows. So let's do it. Yeah, definitely it's the kind of thing that it's not for everybody. The reason I like it is because I enjoy public speaking and I enjoy panels and I enjoy the kind of energy that you get from a convention like this. So I really, really like that a lot. But yeah, if you don't like people, like large groups of people, this would not be for you. There's other conventions actually that might be for you more than this would be. But Dragon Con was like, just because it's so compressed. And in fact, that's one thing I didn't like about it necessarily. I felt like it's unnecessarily compressed. I guess they're not big enough to go to like the Atlanta Dome, the Georgia Dome where the Atlanta Falcons play. I guess they're not big enough to go there. But it just feels like cramming everybody into 4 hotels does not, I don't know. They had enough to cover like, workshops and readings and stuff like that, but it felt like it was unnecessarily crowded when it was actually fewer people than Gen Con. Gen Con didn't even feel that crowded, and I think it's just because it's in a larger footprint, basically. So that's, that's the only thing I would say about that. Okay, Shadow, it's understandable. That said, though, everybody was in a good mood. There were very few incidents that I noticed. I mean, I didn't notice anyone being obnoxious to each other or rude or anything, so it was good stuff. I liked it. Okay, the last time we played this, I think I had just taken care of the feng shui in that one place, and I had gotten paid a ton of Nuyen. So I have to talk to everybody, and then I got to buy some equipment, and then see what else we've got as far as quests are concerned. So we will get that done. Yeah, the Tolkien panels were fun, man. They really were. And my fellow panelists had some really good things to say. Some of them are very big in the Tolkien blogosphere. Michael Martinez is pretty well known in the blogosphere as a writer of Tolkien. And there's like 1 or 2 people that worked for the OneRing.net, and another person worked for Middle-earth News and stuff. So that was all good. And apparently they really liked me. They were really pleased with my contributions, I guess. And they even told me that they wanted me to come back next year so I could do my own panel because they really wanted to like get into my stuff more. So that was cool. I love it. The winner from the straw poll has not been announced. No, I am holding that open until towards the end of the cast tonight. At the end of the cast tonight, I will close it out. And right now, I believe Shadowrun Genesis is winning fairly handily. So we'll see if Grandia 2 or any of the other ones can mount a challenge. But right now, it's definitely we're definitely looking at Shadowrun Genesis. It looks like. Okay, one unread message. What have we got? From Gobbet to Thundercakes. Subject: Auntie Chang and Josephine. Hey, Seattle. I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine sang. You know, the thing that makes Auntie hit the sauce and talk revenge? This is a combo of stuff I heard and stuff I put together myself, so your mileage may vary. For years, the Yellow Lotus acted as tax collectors within the walled city. Since the walled city was built by Josephine Sang and the Yellow Lotus was run by Auntie Chang, they must have had a working business relationship. For a while, at least. From what Nightjar told me, he was her favorite. You got that right. Auntie was known as a real up-and-comer back then. She was on the fast track to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. That's a big deal gig, Seattle. Money and power galore. Now, you need to know that there were a lot of triads and corps doing biz in the walled city. All sorts of stuff. Sometimes they work together nicely, and sometimes people get bloody. The way that I heard it, Auntie came up with some sort of grand plan to consolidate business in the walled city. The power would be split between the Yellow Lotus and Sang's company, and everyone else would get cut out. If her plan worked, Auntie would rise in the Lotus like nobody's business, and Josephine Sang would make long bank. There was a catch, though. In order for the plan to work, both women would need to jump through a lot of hoops. There'd be street-level maneuvering and power plays on Auntie's side, and blackmail and negotiations on the corporate level from Josephine Sang. My info gets sketchy here. From what I've pieced together, Sang went behind Auntie's back and took her plan to her boss, a 438 named Wong Lun Fat. They cut kindly out of her own plan. Why'd Sang do that? My guess is that she saw Auntie as some sort of threat. People in the know say that Wong Lun Fat is weak and greedy. She could be manipulated if her palm remains well greased. Long story short, power was consolidated in the walled city just like Auntie planned, only she didn't wind up getting any of it. Her climb up the Lotus ladder came to an abrupt halt. She's still a straw sandal, just like she was before Sang backstabbed her. And now she's stuck in Hioi like a fly in amber. I'd be pissed too if it were me. Gobbit. Interesting. Alright. Let's take a look at the jobs directory. Pending jobs. Okay, no. Active jobs. Got 4 of those. Let's see. Let's take a look at the Shadowrun BBS. Relevant keywords. Looking for experienced decker for a discreet milk run in a low-level corporate lab. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heist and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and long list of happy clients. Requirements. You must not take experimental stims during runs. You must have a good sense of humor. Give some new 888. Weren't you just looking for a decker a little while back? I saw your ad, but I was wrapping up a one-time run with an old partner who's moved away. I am interested in a meeting. Isn't Muffin Top Ninja your fizz ad? Runs with scissors. Did someone call my name? Hey, MTN, long time no beer. We gotta catch up, Sensei. Bring me on as your decker. I guess the kid who answered your last ad didn't work out? That's an understatement. I think we can count on you to not consume any drugs during runs, most specifically drugs that were part of the payload. Fatal experimental drugs that were part of the payload. Ouch. That's not even a rookie error, it's just lack of common sense. A real shame, that. Anyway, I'm glad you're on board, Runs. We're not gonna have a problem with you. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Want to trade eyes, we'll take anything. I acquired a huge supply of cutting-edge cybernetic eyes. My fence did a runner, so I've got eyes up to my eyeballs, as it were. Make me an offer. Shankmeister. They've got the whole 9 yards. 2010 vision, camera, low light, and thermographic modes. One size fits all, sold in pairs only, box set. Colors, brown, blue, violet, hazel, green, green flecked with gold chrome. And you've got to install them yourself? Trained you a Ranger Arms SM3, comes with a matching briefcase. Deal, message me. Can I swap you my old cyber eyes for a new set? Seriously, anything but that. Can I buy 1 blue and 1 brown eye? No, but you can buy 2 pairs. Sheesh. Say's House of Pork. If anybody ever has the hankering to go to Uncle Say's House of Pork in Taio, I can only say one thing. For the love of all that's holy, don't. I haven't been able to leave my house in 2 days. The only reason I can even post here is because of the RAS override on my deck. Really. What did you eat? Maybe you were just unlucky, Sir Yum Yum Cha. All I had was some shumai and ribs. That's pretty basic and hard to mess up. Unlucky is when I get a bad orange at the market. This isn't unlucky. This is something else. This is some kind of vile gastrointestinal sorcery. Oh my god, I only ate there once. There! Dun dun dun! Once! I still have nightmares. It felt like I'd eaten a wasp nest, if the wasps were made of rusty razors, and also on fire. I thought I was being clever by getting the pulled pork sandwich when I ate there. Nope. Aside from basically being a pile of congealed sludge and the bread being moldy, it was a week before I could hold down anything more solid than congee. What are you all, a bunch of children? Yeah, the kitchen is dirty, but I've eaten there dozens of times, and not once have I gotten sick. Grow up and learn to eat adult food. Wait a second, aren't you the person who was raving about that food cart in the corner of Kimberly and Observatory? You told me to get the yuzu glazed horse tripe? Yeah, how'd you like it? Pretty good, huh? Rat Star. That's gotta be Gobbit. If by good you mean the consistency of tar and old tires, yes. The tripe must have been a week or more old, and I'm pretty sure I smelled rot once the initial citrus blast wore off. Take note, this user advice on food is not to be trusted. Oh god, really that actually got me to push past the RAS override. Now my deck is covered in vomit. Thanks, guys. I mean it. Nothing I love more than being sick and disgusting. That's Gobbit. Oh, man. I know, right? Seriously, Wolfboy. What's up, Shatter? Thank you for the host, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Much typos. I know, I know. It seems like there are a lot. The eye's Bluetooth, right? Walled City embezzlement history. I'm uploading another Walled City report. This one old from just after they built it. I ended up digging into the history of the place. It's just archival plain text. Consolidated Press, Hong Kong Tech. Sang Mechanical Services was again accused in a joint lawsuit headed by Wushang Incorporated of embezzling hundreds of millions of nuyen during the construction of the Walled City low-income housing project. The plaintiffs filed an official complaint on Monday, stating that construction contractors have been heavily pressured by Sang to use cheap construction techniques, while kickbacks, graft, and misrouting of funds caused several hundred million nuyen to vanish. Sang's legal team strenuously objected to the accusations, citing lack of proof in the corporation's own damaged fortunes. Legal team spokesman Li Kuishang had this to say. The Walled City contract was a disaster for my client. The project was sabotaged at every turn by union activists and competing corporations. TMS struggled heroically to complete the project despite this interference. These parties have now added insult to injury by fabricating charges of malfeasance based on the very obstacles which they themselves created. This has truly become theater of the absurd. Is it true? According to Consolidated Press financial analyst Gertrude Schoen, it seems unlikely. Sang has struggled financially since the Walled City project. Sang stock, ticker symbol TMQ, Hong Kong and Tokyo exchanges, is trading at about 40% of its peak, which it reached just after receiving the Walled City contract 4 years ago. Although investigators have indicated there is evidence of possible misconduct, no misappropriated funds have been found, and CEO Josephine Sang recently sold her Victoria Peak estate, citing financial difficulties. If TMS or the Sang family have benefited from stolen Walled City funds are not showing it. Mrs. Sang could not be reached for comment. I always thought that Sang rocketed to success in the back of the Walled City. They sure trumpet that in their PR. Yup, it's a brilliant piece of historical revisionism. The Walled City was a huge loss of face at the time, but they somehow have rebranded the whole fiasco over the last couple decades. Maybe their underbidding made them seem like a real sucker and brought in the contracts. Isabel, I find the fact that you posted a financial article to be charming. White Prism, did you just hit on Izzo? Amanita's gonna skin you. No, that's just WP. He's incapable of flirting. Would you date a woman named Amanita and then try to charm someone else in the BBS? WP is just an aggro mentat with a poor social filter. You two must have an interesting relationship. Let's just say we radically complement each other. It's about what they usually do, I think, Lego. Yeah, that was fun, Shatter. Shatter earlier on was doing this, these runs of Halo. Like Halo Evolved Combat, I guess. He was doing these, like, speed runs. And I was trying to catch up on email and stuff while I was watching it. It was fun times. Perhaps all of the resets were not fun times for you, but I found them interesting. Okay, so that's set. As I recall, I got a ton of money. Yeah, I got 4,000 nuyen. So once I've talked to everybody, we are going to do some serious work, people, as far as buying some stuff. We are going to get some of the monies. So let's look around and talk to some peeps. Hey, what's up, Epidemic? Did you set a new personal best for yourself, though, Shatter? What's up, Raptor? Please, my friend, not now. We really must ready ourselves for the run on the Ares Asia Holdings. I cannot and will not rest until my research has been recovered. And I'm afraid that you will find me a poor conversationalist until my goals have been achieved. Wow, the brush off. Okay. No spell that affects your GI tract. Last year failure. No, I was like, wow, man, it's kind of hardcore. Okay, talk to everybody, then get some rest. So, let's talk to Duncan. Sup, Duncan? You venture to find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip, the other flexing and unflexing again and again. When he notices you, he nods once and goes back to his cage panther routine. You're gonna wear a hole in the floor that way. Need something? Yeah, a drink. Looks like you could use one too. I hear Club 88 is 2 for 1s between 4 and 6 o'clock, but you'll have to drink them both. I don't put drugs or alcohol into my body. I'm just gonna let that go. I take it you're stewing about Josephine Sang? That's right. I'm thinking about what she did to our family. What she did to Carter. It's time for the old Duncan to come out and play. Here's what we do. We walk into Sang headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happens next is up to her. Kidnap a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council while there's an APB out on us? It's bold. They'll never see it coming. This is the way to go. My way. My way, Duncan? Yeah, my way. There's one way this is going to go. Oh, crap. That's what Ray used to say. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator. No questioning his rules. No falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. You fell on the wrong side of his rules more than once. Oh, hell yes. It took me a long time to straighten out and fly right. Do things Raymond's way. You remember what happened a few years ago? After we moved out of the squat and into his house? The thing with Doubletray and Lockjaw when he accused you and me of relapsing back into our old ways? Aw, thanks, Epidemic. That's kind of you. Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. When I finally stood up to him. Let's see. He couldn't hear a word you were saying. I'd never seen him so angry. It was a sight to behold, that's for sure. I didn't listen, he didn't listen, then we butted heads. Same as always. But that one was the worst. Good thing you were there to stop it. Okay, Mr. Elleron, we don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. And on that note, I'm going to have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. I'm getting the feeling that they're all going to be long days. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. Anyway, have a good night, Arvin. I'll catch you tomorrow. I don't totally know what you mean, Div. As in, like, you try to ask all of the different things? So, like, in other words, quests that fail if you try to, like, ask the NPC every possible branching conversation? Is that what you mean? As you step into Isabel's cabin, she turns to face you. The desk that she's been working at is a mess. Food wrappers and computer expansion cards lie together in a heap. Isabel herself doesn't look much better. Her eyes are badly bloodshot and her lips have been drawn into a deep frown. You're back. Hey. She shoves a box of assorted mounting screws aside with her foot. What do you need? How are you holding up? Not great. I'll manage. Don't clam up on me. Tell me what's going on. When I unlocked these old memories, I told you that they were crystal clear, right? Every detail was perfect. It's still that way, and I think that it always will be. Why? Because they've been stored as data in an archival format. They're never going to fade. They'll never grow less intense with time. It's like having an eidetic memory. I'm stuck with a perfect record of every shitty thing that I saw and felt during my childhood in hell. It's not an easy thing to live with. I did not! Stop saying I screwed up Iz's mission. If you keep picking the white questions that don't precede the conversation, it has consequences. Oh, I see, I see. That's interesting. I'm okay with that, Div, as long as it's clear that I know, as long as I get a sense of what I'm doing. If there's something, like the BioWare system used to annoy me where it would be like, I'd have a certain, like, reaction, emotional reaction that I wanted to convey, and whatever I actually said was nothing close to the emotional reaction that was listed. That bothers me more than something where it's obviously I'm just treading water in the conversation and not getting anywhere with it, so. Let's see. New guy back in the brand's got his arms hacked off with a machete. Or is this painful for you? Why not just lock the memories away when you're not using them? You have the key. Just unlock them again when we need them. No, it doesn't work like that. I can't just lock and unlock them whenever I please. There's a period of adjustment after I unlock them. I have to unpack the memories, reconcile them with everything else that's going on in my head. It's disorienting. Painful. If I lock these memories away again, it's going to be for the last time. Until then, I'm just going to have to live with them. So if you've got questions about the walled city, go ahead and ask them. I should be able to give you some answers. Not all the answers, mind you, but something. What's up, J-Rab? I didn't screw it up. Listen, let me explain what happened, okay? Isabel had this mission where she's going in to grab this stuff. She goes into the mission. She freaking flips out. I try to talk her down Mission Impossible style. All of a sudden, she goes nuts. I go in and save her and save everyone else around her and get the stuff that we need. And somehow, we get this claim from Messiah that I screwed up the mission. That's how it actually went down. What's up, Satobo? I did have fun. And yes, I got your email, and Sat, I have all the... I just have a few emails left to respond to. Short version, it looks awesome. It looks awesome. That's the short version. Longer version, we still need to do the color correction, and I need to, I need to double check those first pages and see if there's anything wrong with it. But from what I can tell, it looks really, really good. Now we just need the other person involved to finish his end of the bargain. But anyway, and I have a few more things to tell you related to the New York Comic Con and like stuff with that coming up. But anyway, it looks really good. So that's the deal. Yes, Messiah, but it was all Isabel. This is Isabel's fault. If blah 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 blah. Let's see. I have a question about the walled city. Go on. Ask me a question. I'm ready. How did you go out of there when you were a kid? How did you escape? God led me out. Really? She must have been, what, 9 years old? Something like that. Go ahead and ask her about it if you want. I'm sure that she'll be happy to brag about it. But I think that we have more pressing matters to discuss. That's all I got for her? Alright, any thoughts about that last run? You know, that Wushang run is the kind of thing you'd never see outside of China. Nobody's going to hire you to run around tilting paintings and breaking potted plants in Stockholm or Florence. Here, though, that stuff has real power. I've seen it work. A few subtle shifts in geomancy can make or break projects, people, even companies. I don't have any idea how it works, but I've seen too many people's fortunes shift as soon as a Feng Shui master gets involved. I'm also not sure how much it can affect the fortunes of a company as big as Wushang, but even a small shift is enough to cost a company like that millions of Nuyen. What's up, gent? Gentlemen, they made you work during the entirety of Dragon Con. I wondered about that. I hadn't heard from you. That's too bad, man. It's good to see you now, though. Good, because I've had enough for one day. I'm tired. Reliving this stuff is exhausting. Come back later if you want. I'll have had more time to unpack this stuff by then. But until then, please give me some space. Alright. Gobbit. Let's chat, Gobbit. And then I have to do some side... Then I have to go get some stuff and then side questing. You want to burn the entirety of Atlanta down? Oh my god. Hey, pal. You ready for your next lesson? Absolutely. Hit me with it. Straight to business. I like that. Good. This one is about people like Auntie Cheng and why we need them. There won't be a Q&A session after this story, but I want you to listen up. It's important. I'm all ears. Alright, so here's the upfront lesson. Fixers are important. You can't just go to a Johnson yourself and get a job. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. It's a bad idea all around. Let's see. You want to tell me why? Because Auntie Cheng and people like her serve a purpose. You get a job from her and you can trust she's vetted the client. That's important. It protects the whole team. You remember the lesson from last time? The one about Sui and the shiny object? How could I forget? Well, after the run was over, we went back to the sinking ship for some R&R. Sui had told us that the client would be sending a boat to collect the shiny object in the morning. All that we had to do was keep the thing safe until the handoff. We were in a celebratory mood. We killed an evil wizard and stolen a priceless artifact. A good night's work by anyone's standard. Hono and Ygritte got good and drunk in record time. Sui went back to his cabin with a shiny object to, I don't know, stare at it for a while or something. I retired to my cabin and crashed out. It had been a long night. I remember waking up to sounds. Yelling, maybe? I was groggy and they were far away. I couldn't quite make them out. The clock said 4:30 a.m. People were always partying on the raft, playing loud music, shooting off fireworks, that kind of thing. So loud noises early in the morning weren't unusual. But something felt off somehow. Let's see. That'd be your subconscious trying to warn you of something. Yeah. It's a lot like a panic attack, really. That full-body certainty that something is wrong. So I got up to investigate. If something was wrong, I wanted to know. And if it wasn't, I figured that I might as well get in on the party. I stepped out into the hallway and my foot slipped. I came down hard, landed on my ass, and found myself sitting in a pool of blood. That's not good. No, it was pretty bad. So it was pretty obvious by this point that something had gone horribly wrong. My first thought was that the shiny object might have, I don't know, unleashed something. After what I saw it do in that warehouse, I wouldn't have been surprised. I shook that off pretty quick, though. I knew what this was. Our client was playing us. He'd hired us to steal the thing, and rather than paying us for the job, he'd sent another team to take it away. Let's see. Given what happened at the warehouse, I've assumed that the shiny object was to blame. Sure, I get that. It did some scary shit back in that warehouse. But it had also been sitting dormant for a long time before Sui and I sold it. Anyway, I got up and brushed myself off, then I beelined for Malvina's cabin. She was the closest thing that the sinking ship had to a leader, and the strongest rat shaman on the raft. Let's see. If the raft is under attack, that's probably what I would have done too. And it is. Yeah, it seemed like the right thing at the time. If there was a retrieval team coming for the shiny object and they were strong enough to handle Sui while he was holding it, what chance would I have of stopping them on my own? I figured that it was time to bring out the big guns. Malvina was the one whom I could get them from. Hello, Rogan. What's up, man? Let's pass some pretty bad stuff on my way down to Malvina's cabin. It was old man Zuyan's vault all over again. The torn up bodies, the blood-streaked floors. I saw people had been cut apart with machetes, scorch marks on the container walls. Deep down in the pit of my gut, I could feel the thrumming vibration of the shiny object. That heartbeat feeling that I had in the warehouse. It was back and stronger than ever. Whatever that rock was, it was awake. Did you make it to Malvina's cabin? Yes. I burst through the door, all ready to spread the news, and someone smashed a gun into my face. It was Cadmus, my friend. He jammed the muzzle of his super warhawk into my cheek so hard it hurt, then grabbed me by the belt with his other hand. I wasn't going anywhere. Just over his shoulder, I saw Malvina. She didn't look amused. Let's see. Did they think that you were in on the attack somehow? Yeah, only it wasn't an attack. Our client had nothing to do with it. Turns out there was no client. Sui had lied to us, and by helping to steal the shiny object, I'd unwittingly given him what he needed to foment a mutiny. She pauses for a moment, gathers her rats in her hands and lifts them to her shoulders. They scurry over the leather of her coat and disappear into her hair. As it turns out, betrayal hurts, Seattle. Malvina felt it, and I felt it too. Sui had been a friend. I just risked my life to save his, like 4 hours ago, and he tricked me into helping him do something unthinkable. Why do you think he did it? Why all of this over a heap of junk floating in a bay? I don't know. Maybe he'd gone toxic. Maybe he got ambitious, and he wanted to be the king of our little aquatic hill. He didn't discuss it with me first or anything. I'd be willing to bet that something had gone rotten in Sui long before we ever met. He was pretty damn good at hiding it. Maybe it happened recently. He could have been possessed. I don't know why he did it. Frankly, I don't care. The only thing that's important here is that he did. So what did you do? What could I do? I didn't have a whole lot of options, and Cadmus was kind of on edge, like red-faced and screaming. So I opened my mouth and I fast-talked my way out of it. I started off by doubling down on my loyalty to Malvina, Cadmus, and the status quo in the sinking ship, swearing my undying friendship, you know the drill. I did a good job of it, but they still looked a little iffy. Iffy with a warhawk is bad, so I volunteered to prove myself by stealing the shiny object back from Sui. That was brave of you. I know, right? Not my style at all, but then I really didn't have a choice. I'd inadvertently helped to arm the bastard who was tearing our friends and neighbors apart. I don't think I could have cleared my name without taking his weapon away again. It was a hell of a night. I don't want to get into too many of the gory details. Friends died. Hell, friends killed each other. It was brother against brother, all that jazz. And Sui's indiscriminate use of the shiny object let a lot of things into this world that shouldn't have been. Let's see. Did you get a good view of them this time? Yeah. I wish that I hadn't, but I did. I don't really know how to describe the things. They were like animals, but wrong. Too many tails, bones in the wrong places, huge open sores, that kind of thing. They were spirits manifested in physical form, I think. Most of them took the form of rats, swarms of insects, rotting things, all of the old pestilence tropes. Sometimes there were colonies of things, all targeted together and moving as one. Not the sort of thing that I want to see again. Ever. So anyway, long story short, I got the shiny object back from Sui. It wasn't easy, but I got it. You want to elaborate on that? Not really. I used lies and misdirection, trickery. Rat helped. Some of the things that Sui let loose actually came in handy, funny enough. He'd summoned so many of them that he couldn't hope to control them all, and that gave me an opening to use them to my advantage. I was able to steer some of Sui's followers into a pack of the damned things. It worked. Wasn't pretty, though. I managed to trick my way past Sui's supporters in the astral menagerie that he'd summoned. Wasn't easy, but I did it. Then I stole the shiny object, and all was right with the world. And yeah, I'm intentionally glossing over the details. I had to do some things that I'm not proud of, and people died because of it. But I got the damned thing, and I got back to Malvina. What happened then? Long story short, Malvina put the shiny object to better use than Sui ever did. She took to the thing like she'd grown up using it. We still lost dozens of people, but Suicide lost more. Cadmus was critically wounded, but he pulled through. After the skirmish, Malvina held an assembly. She told everybody that there'd be new rules for life on the raft. Anyone who refused to follow them could leave, and if you broke them, you were done. The rules of the sea and all that. After the pronouncement, she turned on the surviving mutineers. Honu was one of them. He'd been on Sui's plan the whole time. She didn't kill them, but she did exile them from the sinking ship. And for people in our economic bracket, that was as good as a one-way trip to the walled city. I'd be willing to bet that they're all dead by now. I'll bet they're not. In the wake of Malvina's ultimatum, 5 survivors left the sinking ship. I was one of them. Why did you leave? I had to go. We may have washed the blood off of the decks, but the energy of the sinking ship had changed. It wasn't the carefree haven that I'd loved anymore. And as sensible as Malvina's rules were, I wasn't up to living under them. We parted on good, but sad terms. And as you'd expect, we drifted apart over the years. It's funny, I hadn't even thought of Malvina or the sinking ship in years. Not until I decided to teach you your previous lesson and it all came flooding back in. That's the story. It's finished. But I want to circle back on the lesson that I gave you up front because it's important. We need Auntie Cheng to bring us work, that's obvious. But we also need her to keep us honest, to be sure that we on the team are playing straight with one another. Auntie Cheng's reputation rides on the legitimacy of the jobs that she brings us, and that, more than anything, is why we need her. If we didn't have Auntie Cheng or someone like her, we'd eventually tear ourselves apart. It happened on the sinking ship. It could happen again in Hioi. Nah, I'd cover it all. So anyway, that's the lesson. If you've got follow-up questions, go ahead and ask them. What did Malvina do with the shiny object? Well, first she used it to get rid of all the things that Sui had let loose. Then she put it away for safekeeping. It's probably still there on the sinking ship, ensconced in some shrine or other, held her lock and key. Should have tossed the thing into the bay. Yeah, agreed. I didn't like it either. But then she'd already proven that she could handle the thing, and it did help her put down Sui's mutiny. Plus, she's a shaman. We deal with dangerous magic beyond mortal ken on a daily basis. It's not that weird for us. Yeah, but still. Remember that she just watched her home, the home that she was supposed to guide and protect, tear itself apart. She'd lost a lot of friends and failed in her duties as a leader, and I think that hit her pretty hard. In the shiny object, she saw something that could help her keep that from ever happening again. Given the choice between tossing it and keeping it in her back pocket, well, you do the math. Like I said, I'd have preferred it if she had ditched the thing, but in the end, it wasn't my choice to make. From what little I'd heard, she's still in power over there, so I guess that it worked out okay. And Sui, what happened to him? That walking colostomy bag was already dead, eaten by his own monsters after I took the shiny object away. Turns out he wasn't much good at controlling them without it. He didn't even live long enough to watch his mutiny fail. Any thoughts about that last run? You didn't bring me on her last run, blah 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 blah. Okay. What about Isabel? Oh yeah? Well sure then, ask away. She told me that you let her out of the walled city when you were kids. Care to fill in the details on that? Yeah? I guess I'm not surprised. Iz has never been big on padding a story with unnecessary detail. Want to tell your side of the story? Seems that I've got a vested interest in the walled city these days. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll share. To start, I guess that you're going to need to know what the walled city was like when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she? She dropped some hints, but I'd like to hear your take on the place. Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was always dangerous, but 10 years ago it was just a run-of-the-mill slum. Still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt. I figured that what I saw in there had to be the bottom of a downward spiral. The bottom? What you saw? No, Seattle. When you went into the Lotus Den, you were on the outer perimeter of the walled city. What you saw earlier is the best that the walled city of today has to offer. As you go deeper toward the center, it gets a whole hell of a lot worse. Anyway, back when I was a kid, it was pretty much all like what you saw in the Lotus Den. Not exactly Victoria Harbor, but survivable if you knew what you were doing. Back then I used to play in the walled city. Rat would lead me into all the nooks and crannies that grown-ups are too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman in there that I used to play with. His name was Happy or Luggy, something like that. He followed Pig. Nice guy, good card player. Obviously none of this was a good idea. A teenage girl going into the walled city by herself, that's a recipe for disaster. I didn't realize any of this at the time, though. I loved playing in the alleys and crawl spaces of the walled city. It was fun. I did stuff like that myself in the Barrens. When you're a street kid, you make your own fun. Yeah, kind of makes you shudder when you look back on it, huh? It's like, where were those kids' parents? But then, with most street kids, that's a question that's best left unanswered. Now, with Isabel, it was a little different. She wasn't a street kid, not technically. She had parents who loved her. They just couldn't keep her safe because in the walled city, there's no such thing. How bad was it for her? Bad. Could have been a lot worse, of course. Her family could have been living deeper inside the wall toward the center. From what I've heard, that's hell on earth. But Isabel and her family had it bad enough. They were in the Mansion District. Mansion District. Sounds nice, right? But it really, really isn't. Imagine a sort of a holding pen for refugees from the Middle East and Africa. Basically anyone who isn't Asian, European, or goblinoid. Now cram it full to twice its normal capacity and make sure that nobody living there can afford a loaf of bread. Why was it called the Mansion District? The locals named it after Chung King Mansions out in Sim Sa Sui. Sort of an inside joke. The mansions are the unofficial African quarter of Hong Kong. Most of the free enterprise zone's African immigrants settle there if they can afford it. The destitute refugees like Iz and her family don't get to go to Chung King Mansions. They get herded into the walled city. And once they're inside, the Mansion District is where they wind up. Forced relocation, huh? I guess some things never go out of style. No, they don't. And once the refugees arrive in the Mansion District, their prospects don't exactly improve. The only things that most of the people in the mansion had in common were the color of their skin and the fact that they were living in crushing poverty. They didn't even have a common language to speak. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slum toward the center. When you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back. Sounds like a charming place. Yeah, charming. And that's where I met Isabel. Wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. I think that's why I let her latch onto me. The girl was smart and savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does, but with her it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed into a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped her up. But you got her out of there before that could happen. That's right. More accurately, Rat got her out of there. She came to me in a dream, showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from the inside out, choking in bad chi and lost hope. I decided to go inside one more time. If I found Isabel, I'd offer to lead her out. If I didn't, well... You did find her. It doesn't matter what would have happened if you hadn't. Thanks. It isn't pleasant to think about, especially considering what a shithole the walled city is now. The truth of the matter is, if I hadn't pulled Isabel out of there, she'd probably be dead by now. I get it. Somebody did the same for me and Duncan once. Yeah, I knew that you'd get it. And I did bump into her, and she did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe. So there you have it. Happy endings all around. What about Isabel's family? She said that they were still in the walled city. Why didn't you bring them with you? You think that I didn't want to? Look, it was going to be dangerous enough to get Isabel out on her own. Dragging a whole family out with her would have been impossible. Why? Because they weren't like me and Iz. They hadn't grown up on the streets. They were upper-class people back in Somalia before they emigrated to Hong Kong. They were hopelessly out of their element. Even if I managed to find them, they probably would have done something stupid and gotten us killed. So you just left them? Damn right I did. Even if I managed to convince them to come with us, they would have gotten caught. The Yellow Lotus would have kidnapped them if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, the thrill gangs or the organ leggers might have gotten them. It wasn't worth the risk to even try. Besides which, Isabel didn't want to bring her family. She wanted to get away from them as much as she did from the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why. What about the other people who stayed behind, the other shaman that you knew? They went bad. Crazy. That pig shaman that I knew wound up going full-on toxic. It was horrifying. He burned himself out in an orgy of blood. Nasty business, and not for me. Toxic? What does that mean? When a shaman goes toxic, it goes bad. It's like if you invert the usual meaning of a totem, that's what a toxic shaman does. Dog shamans are loyal and friendly like all good dogs are. A toxic dog shaman is rabid. They're both dog, but they're different aspects of dog. Get it? Yeah. And your pig shaman friend went toxic? That's what I heard. You don't want to know what happened to him, what he became. It was pretty bad at the end before the locals overwhelmed him. A lot of people died. That's all. Can we talk about something else? Sure, ask away, I'm all ears. Thanks, Gubbit. Sure, in Seattle, thanks for listening. These lessons are for your benefit, but I think they help me too. And it's nice to be taken seriously every now and again. No problem, Gobbit. I'll look forward to the next one. Yeah, me too. Now get a move on. I've got Gobbit things to do. Okay. Alright. Let's go get that rest, and then let's go shopping, and then side quest time. Yeah, there's a lot of text in these games for sure, Rogan. That is the case. Alright, rest time. A stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. You roll in your cot, willing the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach to go away. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. It feels thick and inarticulate like a useless slab of meat. A quick glance at your PDA tells you that it's 4 a.m. Outside of your cabin, the rest of Hioi sleeps. All that you remember of the dream that you awoke from is a horrible, unfulfilled yearning and a need to get where you were going first. Others are behind you. You could feel the heat of their breath on your neck. If you were to beat them to your destination, you could slam the door in their faces, keep them out and away from what was yours. But if they overtook you, you would feel that terrible longing forever. As you grasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you. Feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot and into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters in under your door. It's morning. Alright. Let us go do some shopping, people. Okay, will do, kill. Alright, sounds good, man. Enjoy the movie. Alright. First order of business is to go try to get better guns. Which I'm pretty sure is up here. So I want better guns, and I want better armor, and I want better magic. Guns, armor, and magic. Those are my keys. Guns, armor, and magic. The hell are you? This tall, well-built human has been watching you since the moment you entered Club 88. Surreptitiously, of course, glances over his shoulder and the like, but you're certain he's been watching you. He finally speaks as you draw near. I hear you're the one to talk about work in the shadows. Maybe, maybe not. What's it to you? I'm looking for work here in Hong Kong, but I don't have my own team. I asked around who the players are here in Hioi. They said to talk to you. Call me El Duce. I'm a street samurai, good with shotguns, close combat, and I've got a bit of medical know-how on top of that. My rates are reasonable unless it's a run against Shiawaze. In that case, it's completely free. Why run for free against Shiawaze? Because these sons of bitches killed my wife and stole my son. Anything to screw them over. I don't need to get paid for. Why take your son? Profit in biology. He's got the genes for a type O immune system. You know what that is? It means that his organs and blood can be donated to anyone. They're universally compatible. If a company wants to produce bioware on the cheap, they use sinless type O bodies as templates to grow the ware in. Human factories, basically. Sick stuff, but it's not like we can complain to anybody. Officially, we don't even exist. Let's talk about something else, okay? You live here in Hioi? No. Chungking Mansion's down the way, near Hung Hon. It's a real hellhole, but nothing like the walled city. Still, I come up here because this is where the work is. A lot of smugglers coming in and out, and a lot of freelancers needed to solve problems. Places like this exist all over the world. Dives where cops won't come in except with riot gear. Where people like us gather around and try to figure out how to make our next million. Find the right one, you can find any kind of work you want. Been a Shadowrun your whole life? Nope. Originally I was in IT. You know, tech support. It's a hell of a jump to being a Shadowrunner. Yeah, well, having your wife gunned down and your kids stolen tends to focus your attention. Sounds like a bad action sim, doesn't it? Actually does. It sounds like every game I've ever played. Still, that's how it happened. One day Shiawasu's getting a reckoning. See you, Duce. You too. Keep safe, alright? Gun, gun, gun. My CPU cooler is actually in fairly good shape now, because of the new setup that I have, from a few months back, where, I added another fan and stuff like that, so that helped. I basically changed out the CPU cooler on my CPU, and I added another fan in the case, so that improved things considerably. So now I don't really hear it all that much. It's not a silent one, but... Okay. You heard of a man named Raymond Black? I seem to recall a blurb on the news, but I didn't pay much attention. Not a name I'd know. And if it was a name worth knowing, I'd know it. Alright. El Duce. Yeah, it really is. What does El Duce mean? I should know that too. Alright, let me see what he's actually got. Currently equipped. Alright, I've got a Ruger and I've got a Fischetti. Fischetti, so a Ruger 100 and a Fischetti. Ruger 100, Fischetti security. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What do I have? Sniper right. I thought I had a sniper rifle. That's what I'm looking for, is a sniper rifle. And then I want to see about upgrading his pistol as well. Okay, so that I already have the best sniper rifle, huh? Okay, so requires ranged combat 6. Wow. All right, let's take a look at the pistols then. Pistols. I already have the best one of those too. Let's see, damage 7, cap 12, range medium. Damage 10, cap 15. Here we go, here we go. All right, here we go. No, range combat 5. It's the best one that I can get right now. This one, damage 12, cap 10, range M. 12 M10. So 12 damage, huh? Suppose what I have right now. Yeah. Let's do it. All right. Now, outfits. Armor. Gonna sell that. So I think I've got right now. I wish I could tell why is it not showing me the armor that I have? Shouldn't it be showing me the armor that I have? Is there a reason it's not showing me the armor that I have? I don't know, because I'm thinking about getting this one because armor 6. Pretty nice. You know what? Here. What we'll do is this. Armor 3. Alright. So I want armor 6. Problem with Callum. Too much ambition. I don't know if I read all these. All right, I'm gonna get this armor. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on a second. It's gone like this before. Once or twice, the 10 years have owned the place. Spirits are down. Oh, every time. So you worked in the corporate sector. Okay. So I need to sell this. Alright, take a look at this, guys. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That right there, people. Yeah, there we go, right? That's what I'm talking about. That is way better than whatever the hell the garbage was that I was doing before. That's much, much better. I'm a fan. Okay. Oh, chat is covering it? Oh. Okay, sorry. Alright, let me... Here, wait. I'll pull it out again and I'll move chat. Sorry. There we go. Huh? It looks like some bizarre Star Wars outfit, actually. It's like all of a sudden the Mandalorians show up in Hong Kong. Okay. Alright, now what I need to do is I need to go, I gotta go to what you call it, magic. Discount Mandalorian. Yeah, maybe they did. You've got a plate on your face. No, you've got something much more awesome than that. Whoa, she's been working. Immediately upon entering, you notice the clutter. Somehow the small magic shop is even messier than before. Stacks and stacks of books occupy chairs, tables, and the tops of shelves. There seems to be even more than when you first visited. It's as if you just entered a paper factory in its spawning season. You peer around a precariously arranged tower of books and find Crafty hungrily reading one of her mother's journals. Red rings her eyes and tousled hair falls over her face. It looks like she hasn't seen the better part of a pillow in a couple days. She moves to stretch and spots you. With a quick flick of her hand, she marks her place in the journal. What a welcome sight. Have you found anything? Not too much. How about you? This mind-numbing tedium is starting to pay off. Check this out. The dreams that everyone's having, they aren't really dreams. They're omens. From what I gathered, we're walking a fine line here. They're pretty dangerous. Attempts to interpret them could lead to mixed results. What do you mean by omens? You know, omens. Harbingers of doom and gloom and bad things to come. Just a minute. Omen. A sign that warns of future events by way of visionary creatures or hallucinations. What causes them? Apparently these sorts of portents are commonly linked with malign places and disaster sites. They're caused by leakage through wounds between our world and the astral plane. What's causing these wounds? Can we stop it? I'm not sure we can. At least I haven't found anything about that in my mother's text yet. We don't want to dive into this haphazardly, Thundercake. Remember, these omens can be dangerous. How are they dangerous? In here it says these visions, or dreams, or whatever you want to call them, are real. They're open to interpretation, but interpreting them incorrectly can be disastrous. Astral space is a place of dream logic. Taking the things you see too literally can be even more dangerous than ignoring them. Sounds like the best outcome would be for us to interpret a dream correctly. Using that term loosely, yes. But there's no real correct way to interpret a dream, and it's difficult to separate the nonsense from the substance. Can you interpret the dreams? I can't help you interpret your dreams. Whatever they're trying to impart, it's beyond me. All I can do is keep reading. There has to be something in this library that can help us understand what's happening. We're already making strides. Thanks, Crafty. I do my best. Alright, let's take a look at the wares. I should have gone back to him. Darn it. See, I should have gone to her first. I forgot that she would have armor. Son of a... Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. I wonder if that armor's better. Let's see. Possession of this fetish grants a benefit of 1 charisma and 1 spirit control. Ooh, nice. Oh, it's just looks? Okay, okay, okay. Good, that's good. That's good. Awesome, then. Okay. Now I got my spells. Yeah, I got me some new spells. What? Oh, because it... Okay. That's fine, actually. Let's see. 2 fetishes. Alright, I want to replace one of those fetishes with one of these. Nice. Oh, okay. Alright. Son of an arthritis-plagued badger. What the hell does that mean? Okay. Alright, as long as it looks the same, that's fine. What else? Can I sell anything to you? I don't think so. Nah. Alright, I'm good. Nope, thank you. See you soon. I'll be here. Alright, good. 837 new yen. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Perfect. What's up, Dragon? Trying to get studying with work and being here. Oh, well, don't let it affect your studies, man. Okay, so now we're going to go here. And we're going to save it. And then I have to decide what side, what quest I want to do next. What quest do I wish? Actually, wait. Alright, so here's the quest possibilities. I can either go to the Repulse Bay Hotel to help Dr. Shenyang blackmail Neville Ma. I can go to the Wampoa to track down a serial killer. I can go to the Shangri-La and kidnap Rooster Lowe. I can go to the Ares Asia holding facilities. Alright, this one's for Messiah. I'm going to go to the Wampoa and track down a serial killer. She's been wanting me to do this for a while. Yep, I'm going to do the serial killer. Just for you, Messiah. It's time to track down a serial killer. Here at Wampoa Gardens to discover who's killing the Wampoan elders. Let's do it. Coming with me on this mission will be, as always, Duncan. Also coming with me will be the spectacular Isabel. And of course, last but not least, is the awesome Ractor. All right. Outsider. Wampoa Garden. A carnival of chrome and neon, rife with every manner of technology and artifice one can imagine. The entire area has the feel of a night market, save the chips are sold in lieu of steam buns, and vendors hawk the latest drones rather than folk art. Something stalks these streets, hiding just out of sight. It stalks the Wampoan elders, the leaders of the band of tech-savvy squatters that have claimed this neighborhood as their own. Yeah, I like Ractor. Not only do I like Ractor, I like, freaking, what's his name? Oh, gosh. His dog, his robot dog, I can't remember the name of now. The streets smell of ozone and fear, and those Wampoans you pass in the MTR station have a haunted, furtive look in their eye. While the killer is struck only at the elders, thus far, it may only be a matter of time before ordinary residents are menaced as well. And that's why Batman. Let's see. Okay, didn't think so. Let's see here. Hmm. Okay. Koshai. That's it, yeah. Damn it, I think of it as a robot dog. The streets of Whampoa Garden are slick with rain, glittering under the neon glow of myriad signs and holographic displays. The sky reflects the same glow, painting the white apartment blocks the sickly orange of sodium streetlights. The smell of grilling meat mingles with other rarer scents, ozone, engine oil, and high-tech fabrication facilities. Despite the hour, there are plenty of people out and about. You can hear the calls of street vendors and toots, urging people into their stores. Isabel wrinkles her nose, scowling darkly. She wraps her arms tightly around her chest, staring off into the distance. Is there a world for feeling nostalgic for a place you can't wait to leave again? I don't miss this place, but I miss the feeling I had when I lived here. Sodade, maybe? No, that's not it. It's close, but... This place seemed like heaven after the walled city. Like the whole world unfurled in front of me, and anywhere I turned there was the promise of a good life. Turned out this place was just as crappy as everywhere else. Everyone is still in it for themselves. If my own life in the Barrens taught me anything, it's that if you could find people worth sticking with, they'll save your life. You live for each other, watch each other's backs. That's about as deep as it gets for me. Perhaps then that is enough. If it works for you, good. We're looking for the Whampoan Elders. They're going to be in the Whampoa itself. That's the big ship down the street. That's the mall shaped like a boat, right? That's the one. Somebody thought it'd be clever to make a uniquely shaped mall. Alright. Let's go meet with the Whampoan Elders, people. Let's go catch us a serial killer. Koshai. K9! Those umbrellas. That reminds me of the end of Dead Man's Switch. Yeah. So a lot of this is just like, you know... Right. Right. So you can't interact with anything, basically, until you interact with them. Got it. What's up, elders? Elder Ng. This orc woman is festooned with small circuits, tiny trid screens, and speakers. That's a good question, Messiah. I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I just sort of have it on default, so I don't know. The trid screens display snippets of trid broadcasts from every corner of the world. The tiny speakers pay counterpoint with the susurrus of voices speaking Sparathiel, Punjabi, Kazakh, and other languages. Her expression is haggard, and she fidgets with her fingers as you approach. Welcome. Welcome to the Whampoa, my friend. I am Elder N, and these are Elders Tang and Ip. Thank you so much for answering our request for help. We had nowhere else to turn. It's the least I could do. Under Tang's skin, glowing tattoos white and change shape. Writhe and change shape, tigers become cranes and move on to dragons. We're under threat. One by one, we elders are being hunted by some monster. As you may have noticed when you arrived, there's been another killer just tonight. Ip crosses his solid chrome arms. Holographic readouts dance constantly over their surface, displaying diagnostic information about their state, operating temperature, servo pressure, and a variety of other minutiae. He looks past you towards Isabel. The prodigal daughter returned once more. I didn't expect to see you back aboard the Whampoa in my lifetime, Isabel. When you disappeared, Elder Yatunde was very put out. I'm glad you're still alive. When you choose to walk your own path, I was disappointed, but I still understood why you had to leave. I hope my lessons have helped you prosper. Didn't expect to be back either. Work takes you places, though. I don't cart this around for fun, Ip. Lessons kept me alive. Where is Yutunda anywhere? I expected her to be here. She's dead. So were Gan and Nakamura. And Tong was killed just tonight. So much blood. You have to stop this from continuing. That's what we're here for. We'll stop the killings. Thank you, Isabel. Alright, let's start from the beginning. What can you tell me about the murders? And why these murders actually existed? They started 2 weeks ago. The first to go was gone. We found him in his apartment, eviscerated. He'd been torn apart. His head had been ripped completely off and most of his skin flayed away. There was so much blood it took us a week to clean out his apartment. The rest have been the same. Always at night. Always dismembered. Each scene is like a nightmare. And every time, nobody has seen anything. It's like a ghost. What happened to Tong? The same thing that happened to the rest of the victims. Evisceration and dismemberment. We sent a guard to keep people out of his shop, but he'll let you in. When did he die? Sometime early tonight. He locked up his shop, but Ip stopped by to ask him about some skill chips he had. The door was locked, unlocked, and inside... Inside looked like a bad horror sim, just like all of the other murders. It had to have happened after sundown, because I saw his shop was open and I was on my way to get some noodles for dinner. Why didn't you call the police? The Hong Kong police force isn't welcome here. They've tried to force us out several times before or come hunting for someone to pin a crime on. We do a lot of favors for local gangs and triads, handle their matrix security, fix up their gear, and make sure they have access to the Hong Kong Shadowrun's hub. Oh god, we're too valuable a resource for them to lose, so they protect us when the HKPF or anyone else decides we're an easy target. They handle our physical security and we make sure to send the message via the matrix. The last time the HKPF made trouble, we started airing the assistant chief's dirty laundry over the TRID. They got the picture and backed off. Have you made any enemies lately? Not that I can think of. We keep to ourselves. We buy and sell technology. We're not mercenaries or criminals, we're merchants and deckers. And even if someone was cheated in a deal, this kind of response is unthinkable. Whatever did this, it wasn't human. The violence and savagery, it's a monster, whatever it is. Plenty of metahumans are monsters too, Ing. Just because it's horrible doesn't mean it's supernatural. What do the Wampoan elders do? They make the rules and kick people out and obey them. They're a bunch of petty tyrants, that's what. You're being unfair, Isabel. Our laws are for the good of the community. We keep the Wampo and its residents safe. We review trade agreements with outsiders to see if they're good for the community. We provide a guiding vision, like a town council. I can respect that. I'm glad you understand. This community is fragile and the authorities bear us a lot of ill will. A single misstep could spell our end. I am the invoker of sprites. I commune with the spirits of machines, ask them for blessings, and pass those blessings on to the people here. I heal the sick and ensure the feng shui of our habitats is as good as it can be given our confines. She's a shaman, that's all. She's just got some kooky spin on it. Claims her totem is some kind of all-encompassing machine god that lives in circuitry. Ancient gods and ancestors are one thing. My deck? It's mine. I built it. The only spirits it's got in it are the ESPs I loaded up with. Just because you cannot see or touch a thing does not mean that it does not exist. Just because you do not believe in it does not mean it does not protect you from afar. I can't touch programs either. At least I can prove they have an effect in the physical world. Where superstitions are just that. Bullshit. This guy treats drones like they're living things. What exactly do you do, Tang? Show them what you do, random task. Tang extends his arms, palms up. As you watch, the tattoos therein shift into a complex mathematical formula. I am the first and glorious servo. I study patterns, repair machinery, and teach others how to attune themselves to the wonders of automation. The Blessed Autofab is my shop and purview, where we make the drones we use and sell. Really? What a fascinating and spiritual spin on things. I'd be interested in hearing more about your philosophy once we're done with the job. I think I may find your perspective to be very interesting. As for me, I serve as the resplendent voltage spike. That means I shoot people who try to screw with us. It's a fancy title for head of security. That's all for now. It might be wise to ask the residents of Wampo Garden if they've seen or heard anything after you've gone to Tong's Sensory Carnival. They may have seen or heard things we have not. Alright. Alright. Time has come. I hear that video game sound. That video game arcade sound. Alright. Let's go to Tong's Sensory Garden. With a sensory garden. Portal Lamb at your service. The elders told me that you'd be coming. They tell you about what happened to Tong? Just the basics. Well, nothing's basic about this. I've seen people shot, stabbed, beaten to death. Hell, I've even seen a corpse that was so dry and desiccated I could have sworn a vampire got to it. None of that's got anything on this. Brace yourself and go on in. Alright, let's see what we've got. This is like 7, right? Tong's Sensory Carnival looks like a scene out of a B-grade slasher sim. The cloying scent of incense hangs thick and pungent in the air, emanating from the small shrine in the corner of the shop. Unfortunately, it does nothing to cover up the reek of death and clotted blood. Despite the ragged remains of Elder Tong littering the floor, the rest of the shop appears to be in good order, at least at first glance. Nothing is broken, tipped over, or otherwise ransacked. As you're about to step further into the room, you glance at the ceiling and walls. The blood from Tong's body isn't just confined to where his remains lie. Drying blood is spread about the walls and ceiling as well. Okay, that seems horrific. Tong's body is a ruined mess. The destroyed ruin of his face is barely recognizable, and what is left of his body would best be described as savaged. All of his limbs have been torn off, and a pile of flayed skin lies next to the remnants of the Wampoan elder. The Wampoan's clothing has all been reduced to rags and tissue by cuts and tears, apparently sustained during the flaying. At this point, the only thing holding what's left of his body into a semblance of human form is the hair-thin fiber optics of his cyberware. Looks like someone dropped him into an industrial meat grinder almost. Except they brought the grinder with them. Who the hell kills like this? Someone with a highly evolved need for ritual murder, I suspect. This manner of pathology is not seen in sane individuals. Look, parts of him are missing. Curious. Astral perception. Let's do it. Taking a deep breath, you allow your senses to expand into astral space. The colors of the room bleed away, replaced with the vibrant lights and emotions of the spirit world. Surprisingly, no emotions of fear or anger pervade the room. The abiding emotion the room is steeped in is one of perfunctory satisfaction, as if someone had accomplished an important task. It would seem likely that Tong was surprised. If he was not, it would be certain that you would feel lingering fear within the room. You mean he didn't see it coming? Maybe we're dealing with an assassin, not a monster. I'm okay with that. I understand assassins. Monsters, not so much. Yeah, I said when I first got started that Dragon Con was good time. I definitely had a good time. A lot of people there. Yeah, it was enjoyable. I did not see Total Biscuit. I'm trying to think. You know, it's funny. I saw Nichelle Nichols because I watched the Dragon Con parade. So we saw her. But honestly, you know, a lot of what I heard leading up to it was about how it was just this huge, massive, overwhelming thing. And quite honestly, I did not think that there weren't that many people. Comparatively, I shouldn't say that. There were lots of people, but the impression I had gotten was that it was just like 80,000 people. It was actually fewer people there than there were at Gen Con. So for whatever that's worth. And I didn't see, I know that the guy who does Archer was there as a celebrity, and there were some other ones. But, you know, like the guy who played Harry Kim, Ensign Harry Kim in Star Trek Voyager and stuff like that. But I didn't notice a lot of what I would call sort of the A-list types, and I'm not really sure why that is. You know, so. You heard the Supernatural panel was great. But I was having fun on the Tolkien panels. Okay. Have Raptor examine the body in detail. Curious. No subdermal bruising when the skin's been removed. No sign of a struggle. Coagulation of blood and lividity marks the time of death between 2 and 4 hours ago. The knife marks are methodical. The killer doesn't seem to have been interested in preserving the skin as any kind of whole. It was removed a bit like one fillets of fish, the path of least resistance. Some of the strips of skin have a more ragged edge than others. The ragged edge looks consistent with a claw rather than a blade. His neck's been severed between the 5th and 6th cervical vertebrae. Scoring across the bone indicates a bladed weapon, and a sharp one at that. Doesn't match any of the other wounds. If I had to guess, I'd say he was killed with the blow to the back of the neck. Everything else was subsequent damage. You think the attack was meant to subdue him? Honestly, I have no idea. Perhaps whatever did the rest of the damage was secondary, an action of opportunity or the like. Without further information, I'm not comfortable guessing. Alright. How about this bloody wall? The walls are covered in spattered and smeared blood, most of which is hardened into a crusty, congealed paste. Thick tracks of it run laterally. It looks like the blood has been deliberately smeared. Hey, Thundercake? I don't know a whole lot about science or all that, but I know what blood looks like when it hits a wall. This isn't natural. Somebody deliberately smeared blood all over these walls. See how it looks like it's got paint trails? That's because somebody used Tong's parts like a brush. So they painted his walls with blood? Why? Do I look like a psychologist to you? Maybe because they're a freak. Maybe they're one of those sick serial killers that sees their murders as art. I got no clue. All I know is what normal blood looks like on a wall, and this ain't it. Some people have a bad grasp of art. I knew this guy in Kwantung who used to make music out of stray radio static and panic button calls. Called it Crisis Wave. It was awful. Alright. What else we got? This is a Yamaha 95000V SimSynth, the device for mixing and mastering SimSynth's chips. Several drive bays are empty and all of the chip jacks are empty. The screen is flashing a repeated error message. Warning, requested files cannot be found. Please return drives to bay and try again. Alright, debug the SimSynth, Isabel. There, I've put the drive warning on suspend. It's in diagnostic mode only though. Maybe we'll learn something, maybe not. System diagnostic check. Memory okay, drive error, sys bus okay, beginning core dump, please wait. Looks like Tong was cooking some BTLs here. He's hacked the peak controller output cutoffs. The delta levels on sim chips are usually about 4 to 5, 6.5 for Cal Hots. His delta peaks are pushing 12. That's brain-burning territory. Thundercake. Oh, that's brain-burning territory, Thundercake. And all the drives and chips those BTLs were stored on are missing. I never liked Tong, but it wasn't because he was a bad guy. I just didn't like any of the elders. But if he was cooking chips at Delta 12, maybe he burned somebody he shouldn't have. Maybe they flipped their lid and came after him. Or a relative did. The metahuman brain can't handle this kind of output. It'll shut down after a few of these. What's up with this desk safe? Tong's desk drawers are open and the safe that's built into one side has been opened. There's no sign of tampering and the green light next to the word unlocked is blinking. Whoever opened the safe did it with a key fob. Inside are several blank cred sticks, but no sign of any with money on them. A Wampoan elder with no money in his safe? My ass. Somebody cleaned him out. Probably grabbed the key fob out of his pocket. Okay, what about the bathroom? Tong's bathroom is immaculate and the drains are tiny. Whatever killed him didn't exit through here. Alright. Hey there, need somebody else? Looks like somebody went through Tong's things. Has anyone else been inside? Not since I've been here, but before Ip found him? Could have been anybody, really. Ip had a key to his place, but the lock's total crap. Anybody half decent at cracking maglocks could have gotten inside. What's missing? His BTLs, hard drives, and cred sticks are all missing. Sounds like the killer looted his place to me. All this talk of monsters. Yeah, sure, there are scary things that go bump in the night. But most of the scary bumps I hear are from handguns and gangers. What do you do around here, Porter? It's a catch-all category, I guess. I work for Elder Ip. It's a bit like being a deputy. I make sure people don't break the rules, protect people who need protecting. Mostly I just do whatever Ip asks me to. It's a pretty quiet job most days. Today's not one of those days. I also handle a lot of maintenance. I don't actually do the repairs, but I've got most of the keys. It makes it easy to ensure only authorized people get into sensitive places. Electricity goes down. I let in the electrician who fixes the wiring. Toilet's clogged, I let in the drone guy who opens it back up. That's exciting. Alright. Time to go interrogate some people. Time to go find out what they have to say. Zippy. What do you have to say for yourself, Zippy, other than the fact that you were a lousy 80s cartoon? This orc is busy snacking on a steamed bun. As you approach, he wipes off one of his hands and sticks it out toward you. Hey, stranger, nice to see you. Zippy Toe Tag at your service. How are you liking Wampone Garden? I'm Thundercake. Nice to meet you, Zippy. Nice to meet you, too. Well, listen, I know it's a little forward of me to just say hello and whatnot, but I'm interested in giving you a hand if I can. This is my home, at least for the time being, and I'd like to stop these killings. We've never met before... We've never met before this, but I know exactly who you are. You're my replacement. Exactly, Wolf Boy. The elders gave me had me autopsy what was left of Elder Gon and Elder Nakamura after they got ripped apart, but I didn't want to dig any deeper. So since I don't know you and I can smell a Shadowrunner a mile away, you've got to be the outsider they asked to stop the killings, right? Very astute, that's right. See, I have good eyes. A lot of good eyes, actually, if you're in the market for replacements. Only slightly used, and they only come from certified donors, I swear. Ha ha ha! Man, I kill myself. Pretty funny, you a stand-up comedian? With jokes like that, are you kidding me? I'm one of the only trained surgeons around here. I keep the other Wampoans healthy. Gotta practice down the road. Blind Chen's a pretty good cyber doc, but he's basically an implant specialist, and that's it. How'd you end up here? I did my residency back in the UCAS. Could have become a real MD too if things hadn't gone south for unrelated reasons. I also deck a little, but I'm better at slicing skin than I see. Wampo Garden seemed a good fit for me. Must have a lot of customers. Oh, nice, Wolf Boy. That's the chip truth. I have to charge to cover my costs and eat, but it's damn near free service. There's always a waiting list. But it's good, honest work. I like helping my neighbors in the community. We all look out for each other. Somebody messes with one of us, they mess with all of us. That kind of community is rare as gold these days. How many places have an ethos like us? Not the damn corpse, that's for sure. I've lived a lot of places, done my fair share of Shadowrunning, but this place is special. It's been a long time since I really felt like anywhere was a real home. I'm sure I'll move again, but not for a while. I'm not done with this city or these people. So is it fairly peaceful around here? For the most part, other than the serial killings. Other than these killings, you know, other than the shot, Mrs. Lincoln, how's the play? We don't have much by way of problems. We do information security for the triads, and that makes us fairly impervious to anyone who wants to start trouble. Anyone starts something, we hit them in the matrix while our triad friends hit them in meat space. Wanna be starting something, you got to be starting something. Lunar Dude, what's up, Dark? How you doing, man? Dark, Lunar Dude, how is life, sir? How you doing, man? Some small-time gangs have tried pushing in here before, but they backed off when they figured out they weren't just picking a fight with Tang and his guys, but with both the Red Dragon and Yellow Lotus. They got the message real quick. What was left of them, anyway. Let me ask you about Wampo Garden. Sure thing. What do you want to know? What are your thoughts on the murders? Pretty gruesome business. Gon died from a broken neck. Looked like someone had wrenched around and his arms and legs were cut off. Some skin flayed away, too. Nakamura had his throat ripped out by someone with pretty sharp teeth. At first I thought it was a devil rat, but the teeth marks were all from something with a humanoid jaw. I didn't look at you, Tunde. From what I saw at a distance, it was the same story. Didn't see much point since I'd seen it twice already. As for Tong, from what Porter told me, it was Gon and Nakamura all over again. You take a look at him yet? Yeah, it's the same as you described for the others. Damn. I like Tong. The BTL business is unsavory, but the man had to eat, and his regular sims are great. Generally all-around nice guy, friendly with everyone, never had anyone mad at him. There ain't no justice, let me tell you. Yeah, that's interesting, Hinito. I can see that. Looks like Tong was killed by a blade, not a broken neck or a bite. What kind of a blade? Was it a knife, a sword, maybe an axe? I don't know, but he was attacked at the back of the neck. I don't like that at all. This whole affair has got me on edge. People dying is nothing new, but the flayed skin, ugh. It sounds possible that whoever's been killing the elders is trying to muddy the waters with all the blood and gore business. This is the crime of an intelligent, careful killer. Be careful. This investigation might take you somewhere very unpleasant. What can you tell me about the elders? Well, they're an eclectic bunch, that's for sure. Where to start? Ng's the spiritual leader here. She's the voice of the Wampoans, I guess. A lot of her close friends are really more of followers, since she's something of a priest for the machine spirits. Maybe it's a cultural thing for people who grew up here, but it's never called to me. Still, she makes a damn fine pot of tea. An axe for the axe lords upon their mighty thrones of axes. Ip's the muscle and has an encyclopedic knowledge of cyber and bioware. Definitely a good guy to have watching your back. Not too friendly, but you know how it is. You get a lot of cyber, people start wondering if you'll tear their arms off. He's got moves straight out of Blood Carnival 3, The Reckoning. Terrible movie, but great fire choreography. What about Tang? I don't know much about him, but I think he's got some kind of fetish for automation. Found him cooing over some trids of automated delivery drones in a warehouse once. He works with drones, has a shop called the Blessed Autofab. He was raving about the efficiency of the movement patterns or something. Trying to get caught up with some homework and pseudocode? Nice. You already know about Tong. Ran Sims, BTL, skill chips. Gan used to be a city planner before he had a nervous breakdown and got involved in statistical analysis. Nakamura came from Fukuoka and was interested in entertainment. Trid mostly. Spent a lot of time analyzing subliminals and ads. Then there was Magpie. She was the chief decker. Hot as hell against IC and built her own hardware. Salty old woman, though. Never met anyone who was quite as shrill or nasty when she was mad. She was mad most of the time. Nobody mentioned Magpie to me. When did she die? Yeah, who the hell is this? She didn't. Maybe a month ago, she just up and disappeared. I went to her shop one day and she just wasn't open. Nobody's seen her since. Kind of a pain in the ass, too. She owed me some new Analyze software she'd picked up. Hey, what's up, recruit? How you doing, man? I'd never heard of Magpie either. She must be one of the newer Wampons. If she was the Decker, she would have replaced Elder Gao. No surprise there. Gao was older than Shin Shulingon's Terracotta Warriors. When I was learning decking from him, he could barely get out of bed. Still fast as hell in the Matrix, though. How can you be new and an Elder? It's a stupid name. It doesn't actually have much to do with time spent in the community. That has something to do with it, sure, but it's mostly about how skilled you are, how good your connections are, and how much you can help everybody else. Should have called them experts or something. Bingo, that's exactly it. She was only here for about 3 years, but she knew a lot of people all over the Matrix, in Shanghai and Beijing, all kinds of places. That plus her skill meant she was a shoo-in when Gao died. Exactly. And the Klingon inputs the binary this way, Rogan. 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. Oh, man. Where do you think she went? I'm doing alright, man. I'm sorry you can't sleep, but I'm doing good. No idea. One day she was here, the next, poof. At first I thought she was just on vacation since she mentioned wanting to see the Kingdom of Hawaii someday, but it didn't feel right. She would have at least told me she was leaving. It seems mighty suspicious to me. Nobody else seemed to care what happened to her, probably because she pissed them all off so bad. A little odd for her to just disappear, don't you think? Of course it's odd. She owed me lunch too, and she was the sort who paid her debts promptly. You might want to check out her shop. It's all locked up, but the other elders have a spare key. Couldn't hurt to look around, and even though Magpie was always butting heads with the other elders, they wouldn't have any reason not to let you in. What do you mean they were butting heads? Magpie and the others never saw eye to eye. She was contrary for the sake of it. Most of the rest had a grand vision for what they wanted this neighborhood to become. Magpie just wanted Deck. She was only an elder because they needed someone with her Matrix chops. The last big argument was between her, Ing, Ip, and Nakamura. It was over something relatively trivial. I think Nakamura wanted to expand the pirate trade business into the Matrix, and she just absolutely refused. Why did she refuse? She said something about not using up valuable bandwidth for trivial entertainment bullshit. Anyway, I went from there to this rant about how she wasn't going to let Tang expand his drone business any further because it would get too much megacorp attention. They accused her of blocking them just because she could, which is probably true. Lots of screaming. What do you mean, blocking them? Everybody needs her Matrix skills for their businesses to run properly. There are other Deckers, me, say, or Mo Janebi, but she had the infrastructure. If their project didn't interest her, she wouldn't even give them the time of day. She's a real hardhead about having her time wasted, but she figures if she's not interested in something, it has no value objectively. Kind of a major blind spot, if you ask me. Could you let me into her shop? No can do. Not because I don't want to, but because I just don't have the key. You'd have to get it from Ip. He's taken over all the Matrix infrastructure maintenance since Magpie disappeared. He's not as good at it as she is, or as I am, but they're not going to let anyone who isn't an elder take care of that kind of critical stuff. See you later, Zippy. Alright, I need to talk to the elders and get that key for the Magpie. I don't know what the hell that's all about. Oh, yeah, I think I remember that. Hacking the turrets definitely helped. Is there anything we can do for your Thunder Cake? Why didn't you tell me about Elder Magpie disappearing? Why would we have? Her departure from the Wampoans isn't related to your investigation. It happened before the killings began. I'm certain she's just off sulking somewhere. No doubt she'll come waltzing back next month, all full of attitude that life dared to go on without asking her permission. If she does, we'll welcome her back. Despite our problems with her behavior, her skills make her extremely valuable. I've taken over maintenance of our Matrix infrastructure in her absence, but I'm nowhere near her level. The best I can do is ensure nothing breaks down until she returns. I'd like to take a look around her shop. Do you have the key? Yes, but there's a lot of sensitive equipment in there, including our community servers. We don't let anyone who's not one of the Wampoan's elders in there. Why would you need to look around there? The power of charisma! Listen, you wanted me to find a killer. If I'm going to do that, I have to explore every possibility. Very well. Take the key and look around. Just don't break anything or shut the servers off. Is there anything else? I'll be going now. Thanks, guys. Dat charisma, though. Dat charisma. Thank you for the host, Wolf Boy. Who the hell are you? Welcome to Min Vuong Matrix Materials, aka MVMM. What can I get you? Show me what you got. What? There we go. Oh, screw it. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Now, I need to go into the, what do you call it? The jackpoint thingy. I mean, I'm wondering if she isn't responsible for the killings, or at least paid someone to be. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Quackateller, home of the finest clothing in Wampo Garden. I am the owner, Master Teller Wingcake Quack. How may I serve you today? Didn't expect Wampo Garden to have a tailor's in it. Many people don't. There's a mistaken impression that we Wampoans are only interested in technology and the Matrix. But even technologists need clothing, don't they? And many of us are in lines of where added protection is required. FASA Recruit was a game company. They used to, FASA, I think also, if I'm not mistaken, FASA had the Star Trek license, the board game license for a while. I don't know if they had Star Wars. That might have been West End Games, but FASA was a game company. I myself am a materials scientist as well as a keen follower of fashion trends. What kind of material science? Fiber related, of course. Primarily aramid fibers, graphene composites, and dilatants. It affords me a certain unique perspective on designing clothing that is not only beautiful, but defensive as well. I specialize in high-fashion body armor, similar to the kind crafted by SecureTech or Vashon Island, but with a much more personal touch. Show me what you have. This is not very exciting. Thanks anyway. Goodbye. Alright. Wait a second. One more person. Damn it. This woman sports brilliantly hued hair that shifts clothing, colors scintillating with every passing moment. She is powerfully built, a natural athlete or someone who works out a great deal. Notably, a large shotgun rests in an arcade cabinet next to her. She affords you a short glance as you approach. When she speaks, you note a peculiarly lyrical accent to her voice. Something I can help you with there, friend. You're throwing off me game and I'm trying to beat my best score. Tank War Europa? I haven't seen one of those cabinets in years. Hi, me neither. I managed to find this one near by accident. But I heard the music and thought, hold on there, Rainbow, you know that tune. After a few moments, Rainbow's game is suddenly over, her tank obliterated by a barrage of air-to-ground missiles. She hisses her breath into clenched teeth. Piss on your ma. A right robbery that was. Right then. You don't seem like them Wampoans. They're all of a mite touched, yeah? Maybe you are too, but you don't advertise it like they do. What's your story? I'm looking into the murders that have been happening. Ah, some nasty work. Bodies hacked up, chunks bitten out of them. Make sure you're loaded for something big and ugly, that's for certain. Where are you from? I can't place the accent. Yes! I was trying to do Irish. Yes! Born and raised in Dublin, down on the banks of the Liffey. Spent most of my early life there working security on sacred spaces. You know, historical sites or undeveloped land. The Green Movement was big in those days. It was a bit like being a park ranger, but sure didn't beat some dead-end desk job. Spent a lot of time around County Dublin and Wicklow. I always loved animals, and I found out being a ranger put me in close with them. It was a good time, yeah? Making sure the budding new species like the bogies and centaurs didn't upset the ecology of Wicklow National Park much. Also kept the nastier bits like the Ishiusa from running amok among populated areas. What? An Ishiusa? Isn't that a demon horse? Aye, that's right. They're cannibal horses, basically. Nasty buggers that drag people into bogs and drown you. Sometimes people call them kelpies on account of the water plants they pop out of. Anyway, as I was saying, problem was I started to develop this wee knack. Just a small thing. I keep magic from working when I'm around. Spells don't go, spirits fall apart, and the parrot critters get real feisty, yeah? To make things worse, this is around the time Liam O'Connor threw his coup and formed Turn a Nog. With all his fancy talks about elves and ancient magic, It was a bit scandalous to have a woman guard an ancient site that wasn't just mundane, but also killed magic around her. So I got fired. You're older than Tananog? Bang on! And I don't look a day over 25, do I? I'm Irish, not one of them Loggins. Pack of punters, a lot of them. Always going on about their ancestral lands and the glory of the past and all that bullshit. I saw them kick dozens of old Irish families off their land just because their ears weren't pointy enough or they didn't meet some stupid arbitrary criteria of old nobility. It was just that kind of thing that brought back the IRA, just like in the bad old days of the Troubles. The Skivers in the new tier didn't pay for the land they took. They just had a pack of bullies with guns. I've always been sympathetic to the little guy in a fight. They offered to pay for my help, so I said yes. Simple as that. So you became a terrorist. Fett, don't be so dramatic. They fixed me up with a cyber stitcher and gave me a lot of the kit I've gotten me now in exchange for going overseas to work for them. Smuggling, running guns, making contacts in Europe. Same kind of shite all revolutionary groups do. Seeing as how my own fam got kicked out of their house, I was glad to do it. I still do work for them these days, but there's a lot less of it. Lady Day cracked down on dissidents, but good. What are you doing in Wampoa Garden? Me? I'm a bit of a big game hunter these days. I get into strange places, look for some kind of paracord I've not seen before, and then I put a bullet in it. Only the nasty ones, though. No point in hunting a tails cat or such. It's only things like gargoyles, barghists, and whatnot. All the work I did to them in my youth does a good job of keeping me alive. Suddenly, like Geralt breaks through a wall and is like, "What's up?" Yeah, a little bit, Rogan. I was out in Jakarta last year hunting for one of them Indonesian vampires. You ever heard of them? Call them Penanggalans? Penanggalans. Their heads and guts come out of the body cavity and they fly around like a giant misty pile of pasta. Took me a solid 2 months to track her down, but I did. Once the job was done, I asked myself, okay, Rainbow, where's the best place in East Asia to find some action? So Hong Kong I was. All the chi whatsits have me in a bigger concentration of odd critters than you'd usually find in a city. Been spending a lot of time down in the storm drains these days. I heard rumors of a rat king down there, where a mess of devil rats get all tied together in some kind of big, awful rat beast. I haven't tracked it down yet, but I figure it's only a matter of time, yeah? She pats the barrel of her shotgun affectionately. See you later, Rainbow. Alright. Lovely. Now we're gonna go do what I said, which is to go check out what's-his-face. I want to check Magpie's shop, which is right there. Alright, what do we got here? So this is where that person just sort of hauled off and left. This bin is full of assorted chips, peripherals, and add-on modules for cyberdecks. They don't seem to be arranged in any coherent fashion and are spread across the felt surface. Search the bin. You sift through the display case, searching for anything that might prove interesting. Isabel peers past you into the bin as you search. That's interesting. There's a lot of storage memory, I/O handlers, and active memory in this bin. I'm not seeing any MPCP hardware, response increase chips, or anything related to the hot shit decking Magpie was supposed to be into. In fact, you couldn't even build a full deck with this. Without the MCP, it's just to be a glorified comlink. What do you think it means? Well, if I had to guess, I'd say somebody's cleaned her out. MCP, response increase, biofeedback filters, and all that. They're easy to move, expensive, and highly illegal. All the rest of this crap is good, but it's nothing you couldn't pick up at any electronics shop. You'd have to know what you're looking for, though. Only a good decker would know what they're seeing. Could Magpie have taken them with her? I guess so, but if she did that, why would she leave the completed cyberdecks? No, I think this was theft. Alright, so somebody stole stuff from her. Maybe they were trying to put the blame off on her. The front of the server's case hangs open, the inner machinery quiet and without powder. Yes, powder. Power! A clipboard is stuck to the side by a piece of duct tape, its papers filled with a long list of programs and their prices. A quick glance over the program sheet reveals names like Bugs, 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 and Black Hammer. Undoubtedly, this was Magpie's attack program storage machine. Somebody's removed the drives, and it sure wasn't Magpie. Here, look. The main drives are disconnected properly, but it looks like she modded the server to have a backup drive with its own battery-based power supply. If it was Magpie, she'd have taken that too. Crap. This is a Fuji XP1000, and it looks like the battery power ran out a while ago. The XP1000s are constant write drives. They're dirt cheap and have a ton of capacity, but if they run out of power, they lose their data. We're not going to be able to get anything off the drive. Well, crap. Let's check this first before I go to the desk. You search Magpie's bathroom. There's not much in here. A toothbrush, toilet paper, some hairpins, and a collection of cheap makeup. The combination bath shower unit, however, has minor flakes of a dry, reddish substance near the drain. Blood. Dried blood. Prying open the drain cover, it looks like quite a bit of it was shed as well. JRPGs make it scary. Shit. Maybe Magpie didn't take a trip after all. With that amount of blood, I'm guessing someone killed her quietly and then drained her body in the bath. Make it cleaner to relocate. This doesn't seem to match the killer's other scenes, though. I'm thinking there's a lot more going on to these murders than we were initially told. First, they don't even mention Magpie to us, and now it looks like she's been killed? Something's not right here, Thundercake. Let's not mention this to the elders. If they're hiding anything, they may start cleaning up their tracks better. So, the elders are in on this somehow. Magpie's desk is the kind of messy most people only associate with rats' nests, hoarders, and deckers. The surface of the desk is littered with cigarette butts, half-finished cans of soy calf, and scraps of electronics. A towering pile of empty instant noodle bowls sits next to it. Both sides are blazoned with Honest Wang's instant old-time Lamian and depict a line of top-hat-wearing caterpillars dancing with canes. Sweet mother of God. Deckers, man, I don't get it. Why the hell wouldn't you pick up after yourself if this is where you work? She was probably busy. When you get in the zone, you have to keep at it. That's just how it goes when you're in the Matrix. She probably had a timer in her deck to remind her to toggle back to meat space and eat. If I ever have to get in the zone that bad, promise me you'll punch me in the head. This place is gross. Search the desk. You gingerly root around the desk, doing your best to avoid the more disgusting piles and spills. It isn't easy. The desk drawers are stuffed to overflowing with receipts, cigarette packs, optical chips, and cables. Most of the contents are boring, useless, and disgusting. While searching one of the bottom drawers, however, a low-quality tin lockbox catches your eye. Someone has pried the latch off, leaving a ragged hole where a lock should be. The interior of the box has several sleeves for storing keycards, all of which are empty. A small note is taped to the interior of the box. Spare stockroom keys. The door is in the rear of Mrs. Yang's restaurant. Do not lose these. Use only if I'm not available to open the stockroom. Okay, so Mrs. Yang's restaurant. A stockroom, huh? So who broke the lockbox to get the keys out? Probably whoever cleaned out Magpie's equipment. I'm thinking you're right. Whoever tore the latch off the box was in a hurry. Any of the elders could have cracked the maglock without much trouble, and most regular wampones could too. This seems like somebody who was tossing the place and wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. If someone was after Magpie's gear, her stockroom would be a gold mine. Alright. So, I need a key to Magpie's stockroom. Yeah. Probably talk to one of the elders about it. Do you have a key? What can you tell me about Elder Magpie? That she was a bitch? That I'd never met anyone as deliberately contrary as her? There's not much to say. Nobody wanted to hang out with Magpie. Even though she was the newest elder, she acted high and mighty around everyone. She'd block deals and argue against Nakamura and Ing just because she could. There's not. It seems like all these murder victims are always like, everyone has a motive because they were terrible people, you know? Why was she so contrary? It was just her nature. She loved fights and gossip. Any chance to cut somebody else down, she'd take it. I guess I always figured she had some deep-seated insecurities and covered it up by attacking other people. Alright, what about Magpie? You can't help me. Well, I could go back and talk to... the elders, but... if the elders are in on it, I don't want to sort of warn them off. You bought a GameCube for 20 bucks, then traded in your PS2 and games for almost 30, yay. Yep, sounds like profit to me. What's up, Kelta? This dumpy-looking man is busily hawking a variety of grilled spherical treats of various sizes. Some are sold individually, some are skewered on sticks, and some are packaged up in sets of 4 or 6. A sign on the front of the cart reads, Kaita's 1 yen yatai. A cacophony of small trid screens are attached to this cart, each playing a different trid show. Interest you in some dango? Taoki? Maybe a nice nikomen. That's a pork bun with a Japanese twist. Any kind of tasty Japanese treat you can imagine, I've got it. Maybe some curry fish balls are your speed. Kaida will give you your heart's desire, providing that desire is on my menu. Here's some dango. Wishes my command, good sir. Kaita deftly pulls one of the dango sticks out of the cart and drops down to the grill. A small robotic arm slides out from the cart and begins turning the stick into the balls of rice flour of toasted brown color. Lifting them from the grill, Kaita dips the entire stick in a tub of sticky brown sauce before handing it to you. The snack has both a sweet and salty flavor reminiscent of sesame seeds and soy. The balls inside are pleasantly warm and surprisingly chewy, a bit like eating raw dough but without the attendant chalky taste. So what brings you to Wampoa Garden, my friend? Somehow I doubt it's just the street food. I'm looking into the killings of the Wampoans' elders. I've been hearing a lot about that. Haven't looked too closely, though. It's just none of my business, you know? What can you tell me about the people here? We're tech heads, deckers, riggers, trid pirates, and everything in between. If I had to define this place, I'd say it's Asia's mecca for people like us. As for the elders, I can give you the basics. I'm a small fry, so we're not exactly on social terms. Ing's some kind of crazy tech witch. She summons up spirits and casts spells and works as the spiritual center of the tribe. She's a lot craftier than she seems, too. She has this mother-to-everyone act going on, but I've watched her manipulate people into doing all kinds of stuff they wouldn't normally do, and they thought it was their idea the whole time. Magically, you mean? No, I don't think so. She's just really good with people. Okay. Ip's a killer. Addicted to cybernetic implants. He always has to have the newest and freshest gear. The funny thing is, I've never seen him fight. I kind of get the impression he's a coward. He'd rather let one of his buddies handle a problem than do it himself. All I know about Tang is that he loves drones and does little decking. Frankly, I kind of boring. All he talks about is neural networks, dark knowledge, and evolution of machine learning. Like I said, boring. What's with all the trid screens? You like them? I love trid operas. Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Indonesian, it doesn't matter. This way I can watch all of my favorite shows without missing a beat, and I can work at the same time. Pirated trid is my other business. I rip the streams in the Matrix, tap right into the corporate feeds, and resell them on chip out here. I wish I could pay the bills, but my food cart's a lot better at that. I don't know why, but most of the other Wampoans seem to like Sim over Trid. They don't know what they're missing, though. One episode of 1,000 Cranes of Autumn and they'd be hooked for life. I'm just at the part where Owen has confessed her love to Takayama, but he's got to get his mech suit out to the front lines on Mars, so he can't be with her. Downright heartbreaking, I tell you. That sounds like an interesting show, all right. Oh, you have no idea. 312 episodes chronicling a noble mech pilot and the tumultuous love affair he has with the space station governor's daughter. The pathos, the majesty, the Battle of Lagrange 1 spans 5 episodes just by itself. For some reason, I guess it just didn't resonate with the wider public. I don't know why. Who doesn't want to see a trid show about giant flying robots, love, betrayal, and spies? I've got to stop myself before I get carried away. Was there something else you needed? Got any thoughts on the murders? Yeah, ignore them. I saw the crowd down at Tong's Sensory Carnival earlier tonight, but I don't know the guy very well. I'm a Trid fan, he liked The Sims. Not a lot of crossover between us. Alright. Interesting, it doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Alright, what's your deal, Demergo? This man has a tired, world-weary demeanor about him. His eyes track your movements with a penetrating, critical precision. Something about him, the lines about his eyes perhaps, makes you suspect he's seen a lot of terrible things happen. He lifts his cup of cheap soy calf as you approach. Let me guess. You're the freelancers the elders are paying to look into the murders around here. How'd you know? You've got the right kind of eyes. Like you're looking for someone and don't seem to trust anyone. Outsiders don't generally wander around Wampoa Garden without an escort. Locals don't make them feel too welcome unless they've been invited. And there's only one reason to be inviting Shadowrunners out here. Call me Demergo. I'm not one of the Wampoans, but I've been here long enough they don't think twice about me being here. So what have you found so far? You're awfully curious for a random guy. Professional curiosity. I used to be with the New York Police Department as part of their Thaumaturgical Research Division. Part of the CSI branch, except I did the magical investigation while the other guys pulled prints and checked blood samples. When I hear about shit like this happening, I keep my ear to the ground. Old habits, you know. So why aren't you investigating it? Elder Ng asked me to look into the killings after the first murder. She couldn't afford my fee, though, so I took a pass. It's not just the money, either. You You see that stuff day after day, you pay a price. It eats away at you. You know what it's like to feel all that sickness and anger every day? To be asked to pick up a murder weapon and relive somebody's death? Feel it going into your neck? Pleading in the voice of a dead woman for her killer to spare you? These days, I'd rather interrogate the living, thanks. It sounds awful. Awful. It's more than awful. It's a goddamn nightmare is what it is. One I couldn't wake up from for a long time. Sometimes you have to cut and run. Start fresh. At least now I can pick my own jobs. I can read objects. It's called psychometry. A little trick I managed to pick up. Don't really know how. I hold something, I can tell you what happened to it. Ooh, this could be useful. Who owned it, how it killed someone. If someone loved it or was afraid of it. Useful, but it'll tax your heart. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to read anything you find. I already told him I don't want any part of this. You want advice, I'll give you that. But I'm not getting drawn in further than that. So aside from that, is there anything I can help you with? Tong wasn't afraid when he died. He was caught by surprise. It's not what I would have expected. With the amount of mess at each scene, the victim should have left behind a hell of a lot of fear and pain. Are you sure? Very sure. Tong died tonight, so the astral signature hasn't had time to fade. There is only a sense of perfunctory accomplishment. But it sounds like this wasn't a crime of passion. A planned attack would have had that kind of resonance in my experience. It's possible the gore show is to throw off anyone looking for the actual reason. Yeah, if I wanted to kill someone and get away with it, I'd try and point the finger at some kind of monster. Basic Investigation 101. It's usually the simplest explanation, but don't discount other possibilities. You think the mess wasn't incidental? It's a possibility. Ask yourself this. If the mutilation happened after Tong's death, why would a killer perform that kind of ritual? Serial killers who engage in that kind of ritual don't feel perfunctory about it, in my experience. It tends to feel more like they're taking communion. It's a religious or sexual feeling most of the time. If this didn't feel that way, I don't think the killer is actually pathological. Tong was killed by a bladed weapon, a single strike to the base of his neck. That's a precision attack. Most knife fights end up with a lot of shallow cuts and blood over the victim and attacker alike. If Tong was killed by a single strike, he definitely wouldn't have seen it coming. And you can bet your last million that whoever killed him is highly skilled with a blade. That says to me that the attack is either a professional hitman or a practiced serial killer. Could be both, too. Assassins don't tend to be the most empathetic people. Was the attack a thrust or a cut? It was a slash. Why? If the wound was a thrust, your attacker was using a knife of some kind. Anything over about 10 inches would be pretty hard to thrust with at that kind of angle. The neck's too high for a longer blade. If it's a slash, you're looking at a sword or cleaver attack. Both of those are popular with the triads. They make an awful mess and send a message that they're not to be trifled with. What do you know about the murders? They started a couple of weeks ago. Elder Gon was the first to go. That's when Ung asked if I could look into them. He was ripped apart. Arms wrenched out of their sockets, skin flayed away with a razor-sharp knife. The rest have been the same. Whatever did it sure didn't care about it being a clean death. The funny thing is, the Hong Kong police force was out here a few weeks before that. Maybe a month ago, tops. I know that doesn't seem like much, but the Wampones don't usually let the police in here. That by itself is odd enough, but it gets even stranger. The officers were loaded for bear, too. Big guns and heavy armor with NBC seals, the works. They went into the parking garage near here and there was some kind of gunfight. Never made it back out. When backup showed up, the Wampones chased them away. Why would they let cops in and chase them away? That's exactly the kind of question you should be asking. When the elders refused to answer when I asked. Go take a look for yourself, if you want. Watch out, though. A gang's taken up residence in there, dealing drugs and BTLs. They call themselves the Red Spear. Not too violent if you don't push them, but be careful what you say. What can you tell me about the Wampones? I don't know much. Even though I've been here almost 2 years, I'm an outsider. I don't really accept anyone who's not as much of a tech nut as they are. I'm just the crazy mage that lives down the road. Ip's got some heavy-duty cyberware. Basically an enforcer for the rest of the council. He doesn't seem to set much policy. Is a shaman that worships machine spirits. It's all a bunch of hokum if you ask me. Starting to, Messiah, I think. Magic is magic. Whatever you want to call the source is fine by me, but don't ask me to believe in the great spirit of electronics. Good night, Matt. Thanks for stopping by, man. As for everybody else, they tend to be an okay bunch. A bit strange, but that's fringe culture for you. They scrounge tech, rebuild it, sell it off. Some of them even have their own autofab shops. Their stuff's pretty high quality, too. People from all over Asia come to shop here if they need something rare or unusual. Tight-knit little community, all things considered. Okay, so, yeah. Parking garage, clearly. That's far enough, guy. This lot's our turf. If you're looking for a fix, you're welcome to trade. If you're not here for business, clear the hell out. You try and wander around on our turf, we're gonna have to air you out. So what do you say? You looking for a little pick-me-up? A little nitro to give you some pep? Maybe you want some chips, take that edge off. You want it, I got it. What happened in the fight here? As far as I know, some police showed up looking for somebody. They got in here, all of them got killed. Whoever they were after was long gone by the time we showed up. Used to be a lot of Wampoans living here. They all cleared out, muttering about ghosts and shit like that. You heard anything else about the murders? Nothing much. I'll tell you what, though. I've got a guy named Kang, and he was down in the storm drain system last week. Something was moving down there. Big, too, man-sized. But it wasn't speaking any language Kang understood. Kid beat feet back here as fast as he could. Thank you for the follow, Bunny Noses. Thank you for the follow, Bunny Noses. Welcome to the Argonauts. Let's see. Kang stole his from a city worker. Who else might have a key to the storm drains? There's a guy named Porter Lamb who's got keys to pretty much everything. He's somewhere between a cop and a handyman. Yuen also mentioned some elf woman with crazy colored hair managed to scam a key. He said she hunted parrot critters down there, devil rats and shit. Some of these BTLs you're selling look an awful lot like they came from Tong's shop. Yeah, so what? Why do you care? So if you stole these from Tong's, maybe you saw something I can use in my investigation. Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's like this. Broken Thumb Yuen was walking down the street and sees this guy go into Tong's joint right at closing time. Tall guy, hunched over. Had this shitty gray rain poncho draped over him. Now, Yuen figured that was weird as hell, so he posts up and waits. Okay, so this is the street samurai who did this. Thank you, Shadow. This must have been the street samurai who did this. That's who we're looking for, I think. He figures the guy will come out soon because Tong's closing up shop. Nothing for 15 whole minutes. Guy comes out, hustles down the street with nobody saying boo. I figured he was waiting for an ebb in the crowds. Yuen sees some blood smeared in the door, though, so he goes to check it out. Inside, tonal carnage. But you know what? Tong's not going to be using his gear anymore, so to hell with it. Yuen jacks the lot of it. Business is business. Damn right it is. That's all I know. The guy had to be the killer. Tall, gray rain poncho hunched over. Also smart about how he came and went. Look around this garage. Man, are you deaf? What the hell did I tell you? No, you goddamn well can't wander around our turf. Various drugs. Interesting. Or whatever it is, or adept, or whatever his like thing is. All right, I'm gonna go talk to what's his face about getting a key for the sewers. I can do that right here. And if not, then I'll go find Rainbow. I will find them both. Hey there, need something else? Do you have a key to the storm drainage system? Sure, why do you ask? Drop a gun down a grate or something? Following up a lead on the killer. In that case, take the damn key. You'll have to forgive me if I don't want to go down there with you. Knock yourself out, man. There's an entrance up by the Jade Mountain restaurant. Can't miss it. Okay. Storm drain time. Adepts, that must be what I'm thinking about. I guess I get those confused with the Street Samurai. Yeah, adepts, I guess. Well, Rogan, if you were looking for combat, I suspect you're about to find it. I suspect combat is on the way. Body parts? The disgusting pile of stinking human remains smells strongly of blood and the first stages of decay. The arms, legs, and organs here are heaped together like stacked firewood, leaking blood and gore across the floor. The parts contained therein appear to have been sliced away from the parent body rather than torn or bitten. Jeez. Oh, nice, nice. Very cool, very cool. Yes, I have considered it, Demiser. And you and I have talked about our love for Terry Goodkind before. Judging by the clean edges and the cuts, the blade used to sever these parts is extremely sharp. This is a whole world of messed up, Thundercake. You think the killer stashed these here? They're stacked. They've been organized. This is our killer, all right. Looking closer at the pile, one part stands out. It's a severed forearm and it's covered in tattoos. Words in a Slavic language and a shining lighthouse adorn the forearm, and ring-like images are linked on each finger. On the back of the hand, there's a skull inside a square. This arm belonged to a Vor. These are criminal tattoos. The lighthouse shows he tried to escape from prison, or planned to. The words say, all police are dogs. That skull inside the square means he served a prison term for robbery once. What's a Vor? A Vor is a thief. The Vore Izavkon is the name of the organization. Thieves in law. They have strict codes and police their own. But they don't sever arms and leave them in a pile of gore. Interesting. Very interesting. Despite the darkness, you see something glitter at the edge of the drain. Looking closer, it appears to be a necklace chain of some kind. It's become caught in the drain's grate, narrowly avoiding falling down the deep pit. Alright, let's take it. Lifting the necklace out of the drain, you turn it over in your hand. It's a simple silver pendant on a chain. The silver pendant depicts a long-tailed bird in flight. A magpie. Ah. So. Magpie was brought down here by the killer, obviously. After her body was drained of blood. So we got us a vampire or something, a ghoul, something like that. Whoa, what? No, 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 no. Oh, crap. As you round the corner, you hear voices speaking just loudly enough for you to make out coherent sentences. The speakers are definitely not local. They speak with a slight Slavic accent and their clothing is heavily armored. Around them are a number of crates and boxes, all mostly filled. Looks like the group is packing up. Yaroslav says the boat will be ready tomorrow morning. He's gotten everything arranged at the port authority. We move the goods to his warehouse. He'll handle loading them onto the ship and we can get paid right then and there. I'll be glad to be done with this filthy place. I will too. I hate having to hide in these damn drains. It stinks down here. I can hear the devil rats running down the walkway. No, I do remember that, Messiah, but that was Duncan's theory about the draining the blood. I'm thinking maybe there's another reason the blood was drained. But, yeah, I do remember that. It's a mess and it's disgraceful. Shouldn't have to put up with this bullshit. And Alexander still isn't back from his little trip. We'll have to leave him behind if he doesn't get back soon. I know, Galena. Until Andrew says we're in the clear from the Triads, we can't be seen of the goods on the street. They find us, we go back to Vladivostok and sausage casings. Those Red Dragon Mudaki don't screw around when it comes to protecting their turf. Who knows? Maybe Alexander was stupid and they caught him. Either way, we'll have to lug this crap through the drains for a few clicks. Several boxes near the two women bear a distinctive label, a magpie in flight. The same emblem you saw stamped on Magpie's equipment in her shop. The orc woman sniffs the wearer suspiciously and her eyes dart towards the dark tunnel you stand in. Before you have a chance to get out of sight, she locks eyes with you. What have we here? Curious little pest come looking for things that don't concern him. What do we do with pests, Galena? We break them, Vasilisa. And then we hammer a spike through each of their throats so anyone who sees their bodies knows not to meddle in our affairs. I suggest you stay where you are, pest. The Wampon elders know I'm down here. You start a fight, you're going to have every drone and cyber junkie on those streets crawling up your ass. You think we're afraid of those little worms? You think we're afraid of you? Don't make me laugh. You could be out of here before they even realize you're missing. You think those crazy chipheads will give a shit about what happens down here? I don't think so. Make a move, shithead. Give me a reason to put you down. You thugs think you're so hard. I kill trash like you every damn day. I don't care what you're doing down here or what you've stolen. I just want to find the person murdering the Wampoan elders. You think I give a shit about what you're doing down here? None of that concerns me. So why the hell should we let you live? Look around you. These storm drains act like resonance chambers. The exits on the streets will be like the mouth of a trumpet. They'll care if they hear gunfire on their turf. You think I'm stupid? You think you can fast talk me with some stupid... He's right, Galina. You know how sounds can echo through these tunnels. Shit. You don't care about what we're doing? I have a job to do. This is incidental. So what do you want from us then? You took Magpie's keycards, didn't you? Yes, we did. Alexander took one earlier. He said he wanted to sweep the stockroom, see if there's anything worth stealing in it. Here. We don't have time for this. We have to move this gear. You want to play detective? Go right ahead. Okay. So, that's interesting. So now I have a key card. What the hell just happened? Oh, that was... Ah, the stockroom key. Lovely. Lovely. Okay. You again. What now? Is there anything you can tell me about the murders that I might not know? You think we get out a lot? I wouldn't have even known there were murders if I hadn't bothered to come out to get some soy calf last week. It's none of our business and isn't our problem, and I like it that way. See you later. Alright. So, stockroom. Stockroom. I wonder myself. Food. Despite the table's crude construction, an artfully laid meal awaits the owner. Several small dishes are filled with pickled vegetables, while a larger plate is arranged with long slices of raw meat. The meat is a pale pinkish white like raw pork and is covered in a light soy marinade. Poking at the raw meat, you discover that it's surprisingly tender. What's more, it has the faint aroma of marinade as if deliberately prepared. I'm going to leave that alone because I bet that's actually like human flesh. This box is packed full of odds and ends. It nearly overflows with a collection of knickknacks, souvenirs, and assorted personal effects. There is no rhyme or reason to the collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. I know what that is. Messiah, Soylent Green is people, Messiah. I know what that is. Among the contents are charms for various temples, a wooden mask, and a paper fan. Let's examine the mask. Wooden mask is extremely light. It's been painted a pale white, and the surface is almost as smooth as porcelain. Delicate features and lifted eyebrows are matched with bright red lips and delicately carved teeth. Teeth have been stained a deep black. About the charms. Small charms are square cloth packets, each approximately 1 inch wide and 3 inches tall. They come in a variety of bright colors and are embroidered with characters for prosperity, peace, wealth, and protection. You're not a vegetarian, don't be fussy, yeah. Inside each appears to be a folded paper prayer of fortune written in Japanese. What about the fan? Unfolding the fan, you tilt it up toward the light to examine it. The image depicts an East Asian city from the 19th century or earlier, curved roofs at sunset beside a deep blue river. 2 ships sail down the river, which is in turn spanned by a long wooden bridge. In the foreground, laborers carry buckets along the shore as a man on horseback rides in the opposite direction. In the distance, a pair of large red buildings dominate the city's skyline, 1 large temple hall and a 5-tiered pagoda. As you step away from the box, you hear a slight click in the distance, the sound of the doors latch shutting. You are no longer alone in the stockroom. Oh boy. Standing before you is a man clad in heavy armor and bearing a katana on his hip. His skin is an ashen gray, his eyes dead white. His teeth are jagged and appear quite sharp. This is no man. This is a ghoul. This is Gaichu, huh? The ghoul's blind eyes search back and forth as it regards you. It cannot see you, but you have a sense that it knows exactly where you are at all times. Ah, I hired the gun. No doubt brought to bear against me by the Wampoan elders, a means by which they can lift the curse plaguing them. I salute your tenacity, but I wonder, will you hear me out before raising your weapon to kill me? You're a ghoul, and you're talking? Yes. I am not only talking, I am reasoning as well. And since you have not attempted to kill me, your own higher faculties are engaged. I am a curiosity to you. You wish to know not only what I am, but what I have done. As for who, you may call me Kaichu. I know who you are. You're the one killing the Wampoan elders. You are correct. I have killed all of the Wampoan elders to date, though only Elder Magpie was according to my initial plan. I regret the deaths of the other elders, but it was necessary. What does Gaichu mean? Harmful insect. It's the name I have taken for myself, since the word is usually applied to pests, especially ones who drink blood, such as leeches and mosquitoes. The first character means injury or evil influence, and the second means insect or worm. This affair began simply enough. As you may surmise, I am not someone who can be seen in public without great risk. Wampoa Garden is an excellent place to hide. No police or triad presence, and minimal interest in things that lurk in the shadows. Unfortunately for me, Elder Ng discovered me through communion with her spirits. Rather than kill or chase me away, she came to me with a proposition. Ng and the other elders were having problems with one of their number. Called it! Called it, called it, called it. They hired him to kill her. Those freaking punks. This is why you don't trust merchants, people. That's why you don't trust merchants. An elder named Magpie had been holding many of their plans hostage and would not budge. They could not remove Magpie, however, because her services were too useful to the Wampoans at large. Ng offered me payment to dispose of Magpie, and I accepted. Where the hell are we talking to this thing, Thundercake? It's a goddamn ghoul, and you know what they're like. Really? What, pray tell, am I like? All teeth and claws and bad manners, I expect. Really? You want to crack jokes, you cannibal? You're the kind of monster that'll devour a family just because it's convenient. Remember the 162s, Thundercake? He's just like them. The 162s were a gang, Wu, in the Barrens. Like that makes a bit of difference. Go on then, talk to the monster. But I'm keeping my finger on the goddamn trigger. I believe that we were speaking of the Elder's plans to have me kill Magpie. Surely, you must be a little curious about that. You didn't clean up all of her blood. I found some in her drain. Ah, unfortunate. I had thought I was careful enough. Having it on my hands must have obscured my sense of smell enough that I missed the last remnants in the drain. I disposed of Magpie's body by emptying the blood in her bathroom. Then, I cut her up into more portable pieces. Those were placed in a plastic tarp, which I took to the storm drains and hid. It's unfortunate, but my survival depends upon consumption of raw metahuman flesh. Letting such nourishment go to waste would be a foolish error. But why kill the other elders then? I contacted the elders, not in person of course, and they arranged to exchange payment. I assumed that since the job was done, Ng would be a woman of her word. I was mistaken. I arrived at the nearby parking garage the elders had told me about. They'd cleared out the other Wampoans under some pretense, though I'm not sure what ruse they used. The elders never showed up. Instead, several members of the Hong Kong police force arrived. They were more heavily armed than usual, so I suspect they knew something of my nature. I heard about the fight. You expect me to believe you took on a police squad and won? Of course. I have survived as a ghoul for some years now on the streets of Hong Kong. If that isn't evidence enough of my tenacity, I doubt any words I could say to you will change your mind. A betrayal of that sort cannot stand. Not only was I not paid for my time and effort, the Wampoan elders treated me like a common animal. And I am so much more than that. Reputation is everything, and I had none. I had hoped to build a network of contacts so I would be able to continue finding work, but with that treachery my hopes were dashed. I decided to become the monster that they feared. One by one I have eliminated them. They know how to contact me and could have ended their nightmare at any time by making amends. I would have asked for more money, but I would have ceased my hunt. Yet they did not. Instead, they contacted you, no doubt asking you to eliminate me where the police had failed. So I ask you, what now? What will you do? Will you attempt to finish what the Wampoans started? Or will you treat me with the same humanity I have shown you? Let me ask you some questions. Very well. Well, what would you like no? Like no, man. Like no? No like? What's up, Thorg? Did you eat the elders? Some of them. Not all. My condition requires that I consume raw metahuman flesh. I do not require a great deal to survive. Perhaps 3 to 4 pounds per week. Consequently, there is vastly more supply than demand. Why would the elders have you killed instead of paying you? Any number of reasons. They are notorious cheapskates and will always try to save money when dealing with outsiders. It could be their natural inclination toward profit. They may regard me as subhuman and therefore unworthy of respect. It could be that they felt I was too dangerous to allow to live. It could even be that they simply did not like me. The net result is the same, however. They reneged on the deal we brokered and attempted to have me killed. A message must be sent. Blood must be paid. As they have hired you to kill me, they have obviously not learned their lesson. If I let you live, what will you do? Kill the rest of the elders and anyone else they send to exterminate me. It is a matter of survival. Should I ever have the opportunity to work freelance again, potential employers need to understand the price of betrayal. These murders are my curriculum vitae in revenge. Yes, it was. And in fact, Chuck Wendig, who just wrote the new Star Wars Aftermath book, was there too. So got a chance to chat with him a little bit. I've known him from before. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. So this one's tough, guys. Because the thing is, I don't like the Elders. I've already concluded that the Elders suck. And I'm going to basically bleed them for all their money and then get the hell out and never come back to this godforsaken section of Hong Kong. But the problem is, I mean, he's a hired killer. Like, fine, someone else hired him to do the killing. But he's a hired killer. And if I take him, if I say, come and work with me, I'm guaranteed to piss off at least Duncan. And probably 2 or 3 others. What's up, Love Shack? And that's the problem. Like, he's a ghoul. So the problem is, if I do like his character. I do find him interesting. So I'm kind of struggling here. Like, role-playing wise, I feel like my guy would be like, this sucks, but I'm not taking you. Like, and then go back to the Elders and be like, give me all the money you're going to give me, and I'm also going to report you to the police. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not letting the Elders off scot-free. But I just don't see how I can, like... I mean, he's a cold-blooded killer. You know? I mean, it's fine that someone else hired him, but he's still a cold-blooded killer. And, like, what about... And, I mean, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do to tell, like, metahumans? Literally, 3/4 of my team are metahumans. Duncan, Isabel, and Gobbet are all metahuman. So I'm going to tell them, like, yeah, I got a ghoul... And, so, he's not going to eat your flesh, though. He's just going to do himself. You know what I mean? Like... How many of you played this game, ended up taking him along with you? I'm curious. He is well spoken for a ghoul. I know he hasn't killed me yet. But I can't do that, though, Hinito, can I? I can make my choice afterwards. I don't think I can make that choice, right? You took him? Yeah. But I can't do that. If I say, come and work with me, I can be your face, then I've made the decision, right? Haven't I? Yeah. I would love to at least go talk to the elders and make my final call after that, but I feel like I can't do that. If I take him with me, then he's like, I'm stuck with him, right? Yeah, I'm leaning more towards Rogan's side of this just because he's a killer regardless. Alright. In that case, let me have him come with me. A curious offer. And what of the elders? Will you allow me the satisfaction of killing them? I want to see what they have to say first. I would counsel you not believe their words, but you have the sound of one who is wary as a matter of course. Very well. Let us wait until a bit later in the night. Most pedestrians will be off the street, and it will be easier for us to approach the Wampo without being noticed. That's like a good plan. Oh man, this is such a tough call. Okay. I want to hear what the elders say. I have a feeling what the elders are going to do is the elders are going to be like, oh, the elders... I have a feeling what's going to happen is the elders are going to be like, we're crappy people. I'm going to be like, I already knew that. And then it's going to be like, then I have to decide whether they're being crappy changes anything else. You know? Yeah, I know it, Messiah, but I have to think about what's appropriate from a role-playing point of view. Alright, let's find out. Here we go. As you approach, Eldrin's eyes widen. Her mouth falls open and the veins in her neck bulge. What are you doing? You've brought this thing into our home. Quick, kill it before it kills us. Yeah, I have to say, this isn't a good idea. Why the hell is a ghoul in here, and why is it wearing armor? Calm yourselves. I am not an it, and your elders know this intimately. Good evening, Eldering. I can smell your fear, and I am glad of this. It means you are learning the price of betrayal. Whoa, whoa. What the hell is going on here? Can someone explain to me why the ghoul is talking? Gaichu had a contract with the elders, and they betrayed him. You dare to accuse us of conspiring with a monster and covering it up? You're insane. The very idea is preposterous. I'm interested to hear what kind of evidence you have to support this theory, Thundercake. As far as I can tell, this monster killed Tong and the others, and that makes him a threat that should be eliminated. The elders hired Gaichu to kill Elder Magpie and make it look like she disappeared. You believe this vermin? This creature that feasts on metahuman flesh that kills and dismembers our tribesmen? You're a naive and foolish man if that's the case. What proof do you have that Magpie is dead? Please. In matters where an elder is accused of breaking our law, the other elders generally judge them. In matters where all of them have been accused, I am authorized to act as a judge. Make your case, Shadowrunner. I found Magpie's necklace in the storm drains. This is definitely Elder Magpie's. If you found it in the storm drain, that's suspicious, but hardly proof on its own. Of course it's not proof. The number of things lost down storm drains in Hong Kong must number in the tens of thousands per year, and I'm certain that necklace isn't unique either. There was a large amount of blood in her shower drain. So what? Perhaps she cut herself and washed the cut off, or perhaps you're mistaken about it being blood. You're simply guessing as to what happened. That's true, it's a guess. And even if it is her blood, that doesn't prove that the elders hired this ghoul to kill her. The elders have always protected Wampo Garden to the best of their ability. She hasn't been seen in a month, not by anyone. She wouldn't just disappear like that. It may be unlikely, but it's hardly impossible. You haven't established that the elders were involved. All you've done is make suppositions about it. What proof do you have that we hired and betrayed this creature? I won't sit by and listen to idle accusations without any kind of concrete evidence to back it up. What about the fight with the Hong Kong police force? How do you mean? What does that have to do with the elders and the ghoul? You Wampoans don't allow police inside the area. Why make an exception this time? The police are polite and asked our permission to enter. They were hunting a non-Wampoan. That was reason enough for us to allow them in. That doesn't add up. Why would the police ask us for entry now? They've never been polite before, and they've always tried to force their way in here. It just doesn't ring true to me. Or did you ask them to come in order to hunt down this ghoul? Preposterous! Porter, you know what our community is like. We wouldn't lie over something like this. This ghoul has been lying the entire time, trying to cover his tracks. He's still brutally murdered several elders. That's true. Those murders were vicious and cruel. I don't see any way to explain that away. This ghoul is a monster for how he killed Tong and the others. Tong wasn't tortured. There was no astral residue of pain or fear. He didn't even feel the blow. That is correct. I struck a single blow while his back was to me. His death was instant. Regrettable that he had to die for your folly, but necessary to protect my reputation. You cannot believe what these people say. They are not to be trusted. And even if this is true, he still killed Tong. Maybe so, but a monster would not take Tong's suffering into account. He may be a killer, but he's not heartless. Tong's body was a mess, true, but he died quickly from a sword blow to the neck. I struck Tong down with a single blow from my sword. The mess made of the body was to send the elders a message, but I had no desire to make Tong suffer. At any time, Ning and the other elders could have made amends, and the killings would have ended. Instead, they hired a Shadowrunner to kill me. It's not about cruelty. It's about sending a message. That's not what I would have expected looking at the body. You killed him before you dismembered him? That's right. And I killed the other elders in similar fashion. There was no cause to prolong their suffering. The message was one for the living elders, not the dead. If the elders wished to treat me like a monster, I would terrorize them like one until they paid reparations for their mistake. Come on, you can't possibly believe this crazy story. It's absolutely insane. The scene of Tong's murder, like the others, was a deliberate sham. It was made to look more horrific than it was. I believe you. The blood smeared on the walls, the removal of his skin. That's a scene designed to evoke horror, not the scene of an actual fight. Elders, what do you have to say in response? This is a farce. We have dedicated ourselves to protecting the Wampoan tribe and everyone who lives in Wampoa Garden. Do you really believe outsiders and monsters over our word? We have only tried to end the killings? You've been duped, Porter. You and this Shadowrunner. I concur. Porter, you know me. You know the kind of person I am. I wouldn't be party to the killing of another elder. I can't believe we're even entertaining the notion that we have to defend ourselves. We should be disposing of this ghoul instead. If you think I'll forget this, you're sorely mistaken. I will not tolerate this kind of insult. Let's keep. Magpie's gear was missing. Obviously missing. Why didn't Ep tell me that? He would have had to have noticed, and Magpie's shop is locked up. Why didn't he want me investigating? Pure supposition. You think it proves something that I didn't notice equipment was missing? Magpie's shop is always a horrible mess. Tang, you did a full inventory of Magpie's matrix servers. You assured us everything was running fine and you'd be able to continue her work. I find it hard to believe you missed something as obvious as missing equipment, especially while searching her stock. The elders were all too happy to have the Red Spears move into the garage, almost like they wanted to keep anyone curious about the fight away. That's right. Ip, you even told me not to go find out what happened with the fight. You said the Red Spear gangers were moving in and to leave them alone. Why would you tell me not to look into it? I was only trying to protect you from the Red Spears. They're dangerous, which is why I wanted to deal with them directly. That's all I've got. Alright. I think I have some idea of what's going on here. And, what do you believe the real story is? Gaichu seems to be telling the truth. Elders, too many facts don't add up. You are obviously hiding something, possibly a great deal from the rest of the tribe. I'm sorry, but I have to take you into custody until the community can decide the extent and manner of your punishment. Death would seem appropriate to me, especially given that they kept up this charade even to you, one of their most trusted citizens. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you disgusting beast. Yep, no. Don't make this any worse than it is. Thank you, Thundercake. I'll make certain that justice is meted out. You're free to go, and I will ensure payment is delivered to you, so long as you take Gaichu with you. I can't have him staying here. He'll be coming with me. Sheevan unlocked. Ronin. Alright. As you exit the Wampo into the sweltering night air of the Kowloon streets, Gaichu turns to face you. I confess, I am unhappy with the decision to allow the Wampon elders to live. We should have killed them, if for no other reason than to maintain our reputation. That's why I let them live. That's not how we do things. I can accept this. I am unused to working with Shadowrunners, and assumed you would see things as I do. Hopefully there is much I can learn from you. Shall we leave this place? I am eager to be done with Wampoa Garden. I don't know. You know, I'm still not sure that I'm down with that. I mean, I guess I'm glad that the elders I managed to let live. They're going to face justice. I like the fact that the porter was the one who made the call. You know, ultimately he was the one judging them. So I guess that worked out okay. I guess I shouldn't say that. I guess I should be happy that I didn't end up with a situation where it's like, well, you know, either kill him or, you know. He is a really interesting character. I'm just not 100% sure. I don't know. The MTR rockets noiselessly towards Hiloi along the edge of Kowloon Bay. The black water glitters in the night with the light of 1,000 reflected storefronts. Gaishu stares sightlessly out the window, one hand pressed to the glass. The plot by the elders is exposed, and Porter Lamb is in your debt. You have a new ally in the respect of the Wampoans. Sometimes everything goes right in a job. You count yourself lucky this was one of those times. Are you happier now, Messiah, with me? No combat? You happy that I managed? Did I do the mission correctly? Are you pleased with the results? Yeah, I could definitely see it going either way. I definitely felt like it was about justice. That's what I wanted, was justice. So $10 karma. Come a chameleon. You come and go. Yeah. New etiquette. Bring me the new etiquette. We're gonna go with gang. Oh, yeah. No. I'm not worried about not getting paid. I'm not worried about not getting paid. My whole thing was I was trying to decide if every Shadowrunner was going to be pissed at me. You know, like, was my whole team... Because I could see that. I could totally see, like, you know, Duncan especially. I'm sure he's going to be reading me the Riot Act. But I can imagine that, like, Duncan and freaking Isabel and Gobbet are all like, why are you bringing a ghoul that wants to eat us on board? You know? Ta-da! What's going on? I've been doing my homework. Okay, good. On Josephine Sang and Sang Mechanical Services. Your pacings, that tells me you found something. Oh yeah, I found something, all right. Ractor and Gaichu get along fine? Well, right! He's not gonna eat him. In 2011, Sang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into big time. Something she called the Prosperity Project. Prosperity? That's what Raymond was mumbling about. We are, Rogan. Actually, we have already hit the voiceover for September. So, in fact, we are going to be doing a voiceover for later this month. Because we hit we were at 225 when we crossed over into September. But for next month, we're going to need to get back to 225. And I'm going to be adding a 250 level as well. I haven't decided what it is. I'm going to add something at the 250 level, and then obviously we'll keep the thing at 300. So I have to figure out what to do at the 250 level as well. But yes, we are only $4 away from a voiceover in October as well. So hopefully people will support at that level. What does any of this have to do with Raymond? It has nothing whatsoever to do with Raymond Black. It has everything to do with Edward Sang. Is Raymond Black actually Edward Sang? Oh, snap! Raymond is Edward Sang. Josephine Sang's what? Husband or son? What? No, come on. The son! Raymond Black is actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband Breakwater Sang. That twist! Da-da! So, our secret foster grandmother is trying to kill us. It looks that way, yeah. Secret grandmother? What the hell is going on, Isabel? Start from the beginning. Okay, here we go. Once upon a time, in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Well, I've heard this... Wait, I've heard this story before. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. That's today's walled city. The second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the Awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Sounds familiar. Hey, Gray, what's up, man? Gray, I haven't had a chance to respond to you yet, but I wanted to say that I did, in fact, get the, I did get what you sent along. Gray Dybbuk was nice enough to send a Ghostmaster along to me, which is the one that was recommended, that he nominated for the game to be played. So, thank you very much, Gray. I appreciate it. I just haven't had a chance to respond to you. But, yes, I did get it, and thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Sounds familiar. In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project, the Prosperity Project. A self-contained, low-cost walking neighborhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own, something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. That doesn't sound like the walled city I've been to. No kidding. The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was, a place of dignity, where prosperity begins, and ends, apparently. You are idiot? Why are you idiot, Shadow? Why you idiot? Why are you idiot? The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you'd get in your average coffin motel, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering to the poor. Like drug dealers and prostitutes. This sounds just like the first walled city. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor at only a few densely populated blocks. It kept them out of the public eye. Kept the tourist happy, too. I was confused about that. The pattern's going up 8. I'm like, what? Securing the walled city job was the first step toward Sang becoming what it is today. Toward putting Josephine Sang on the executive council. That doesn't line up. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It wasn't the slum that made her rich. From what I've read, the walled city job was a disaster. By all accounts, her prosperity project should have landed her in the poorhouse. That wasn't what happened, though. After the walled city went up, TMS landed contract after contract. Huge, lucrative ones. Nobody knows why. And those were the jobs that propelled TMS to the big time. So where's Raymond come into all this? Not Raymond. Edward. Edward Sang was in charge of laying the groundwork for the walled city. Excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive gray water leak that flooded the basement back in '48? When we got back from that camping trip in the Salish, Ray screamed bloody murder about that. I'd never seen him so angry. But did Raymond know how to fix it? No. Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid him double what the job was worth to fix the thing, and it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under control. And Josephine put him in charge of the utilities? No wonder the walled city smells like that. I don't think Raymond had anything to do with the utilities in the walled city. So if this man was not in charge of the utilities for the project, what was he doing down there? I don't know. But Edward Sang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed, around 2031. That's about the time he moved to Seattle, around 7 years before he found us. But what happened in the walled city? And what would make Raymond want to go back in there now all these years? I don't know, but I intend to find out. Wow. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. Just want to take a look at this quickly. Okay, Deadeye would be useful. Alright, and then... yeah, I still want to get that up to maximum. Yep. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. I bet Duncan's going to be none too pleased. Duncan's going to be like, what the hell, Arvin? Oh, time to level up some people. Okay, level 4. Let's see. Spiritualist. Augment summon shrine spirits. Shrine spirits summon a goblin are now present for an additional turn before dispelling themselves. Poison fog. Yeah, we're obviously doing that. Let's see. Augment ability. Repair. Reduced from 5 rounds to 3 rounds. No. Overclock is much more effective. Definitely we're doing that. Gaichu. Red Samurai. Gains a claw ability. Rip. Shuriken. Coup de grace. Takes a bite out of his foe. Oh my god. I'm gonna do that. Modded flashbang. Okay. And Isabel. Let's see. Espionage boost program. Mini launchers now passed with napalm charges igniting damaged targets. Yes, please. Yeah, I got Gaichu. I had to think very carefully about whether or not I felt... Oh, that's right. He's got more. I like him having a ranged ability. $100 damage. I hate to do this, but I think this is going to be more useful. Wait, I thought... Damn it. I thought I picked this. There we go. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to be using him just because I like my crew already. I really like my crew. I could maybe see replacing Duncan, but I like Duncan. I don't know. Like, Isabel's not going anywhere. Well, you know, actually, you know who I could replace him with? Would be Ractor. Now that I think of it. I could replace it with Ractor. It's a tough call, though, because Ractor basically gives you 2 for 1. Alright. Let's see. 2 new messages. Let's see what we got. Out of town. Subject out of town. I'm not in Hioi right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime. Okay. Data retrieval. I hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I've got another job for you. One that could prove very lucrative indeed. I've been contacted by an employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation, and he needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. The man's name is Tigath Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with the details, but I gather that it centered around phenotypic alteration and postnatal genetic enhancement. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience. Stupid man. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged. Wright's project is apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children, total disregard for biomedical ethics or safety, and when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He's decided to step outside the bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul. Not quite the heart of Eastern Tiger's power, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, they'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. The idiots should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. The samples and data are clearly on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Nulchi, sailing near Hong Kong on their way to Seoul. The storm slowed the ship down, so you don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit with Captain Jomo. He's a local Loho Joa pirate and smuggler, but don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get, and he'll have you on that ship without incident. I've let Captain Jomo know you're ready. You can find him down at the end of the pier my parlor is on. He'll handle everything from there on out. Okay. Payment for the Wampo Guard murders. The Wampoans tell me they've ousted all of their Council of Elders. Something to do with you exposing their efforts to cover up their own mess. Right. And I made Koshai into a mangler because I basically wanted a close combat guy, even though I feel like Shadowrun really is more distance than up close. That said, I still wanted someone who could kind of tank some stuff and do some up close damage. The truth is, if I'm going to take one or the other, Isabel's got to come. I'm going to be there. And I really like Duncan. So honestly, the person that I would leave behind would be Ractor. And it would be Gaichu instead. And the problem is, I kind of like the fact that Ractor gives me like 2 for 1. So I'm almost like trying to decide if it's worth it just taking Gaichu instead. Maybe I'll just give it a try and I'll just like not use Ractor this time and see what Gaichu does. If there's one thing I don't trust, it's people who won't pay what they owe. Thankfully, the Wampoans are more reliable than Ing and her allies. And so am I. Your payment is attached. Yeah, but I don't want to... But that's... I'm sure they are an amazing team, but that's too many... I don't need that many tanks. That's the only problem with that. Claim payment for sold pay data. Claim payment for the Wushang logistical data. Data sold successfully. Winning bidders... 150. Hey, Thundercake. I was able to cut out the proprietary bits of the files we recovered that work a few Nuyen, but there's a lot of junk data none of the buyers wanted. I decided to archive the leftover paperwork, requisition orders, etc. Nothing special, but I figured I'd keep it on hand. Isabel. Yeah. Okay, I don't have that. Alright. Update on Typhoon Usagi. Infrared images of the storm eye-to-eye wall transition are really quite stunning, by the way. Typhoon Usagi has stalled in the South China Sea and is now weakening after passing north of the Philippines. Strong wind and periodic very heavy rains will continue as Usagi's arms sweep across the region. For the moment, Usagi is resisting the wind, which is causing it to lose strength. Prevailing winds will probably ultimately drive Usagi ashore west of Macau as it struggles to remain over water. According to Dr. Lance and Roki of the Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency, even the most awakened storms have difficulty delaying their landfall for more than a week once they're in the South China Sea. Usagi will still be a full-strength typhoon when it makes landfall, but its delay fortunately gives people in the storm path more time to prepare. Look, babe, I just made this cartoonified typhoon for you. It's got a little purse and sparkles and bubble tea and 8 arms of assorted weapons and a necklace of skulls and everything. You're the best. The J-pop theme on the ammunition belts really takes it over the top, Amanita. You're a special person. Sang Mechanical Services, a rising star. Has anyone else been keeping track of the Executive Council elections? It's almost time for the latest round and the competition is heating up. Up until this point, Tantian CEO Sao Kok Chu looked like the best pick to replace Josephine Sang of Sang Mechanical Services. Despite Wushang CEO Ken Zhaoling's rivalry with Chu, he had the support of both Yanglin Fat of Shibata and Adrian Chung of Hildebrandt Kleinfurt Bernal. Now, though, I'm not so sure. Josephine Sang seems pretty confident that she'll remain on the council. From what I've heard, she's cut a deal with Ares Asia, Manobe, and Eastern Tiger to stay out of their way. In exchange, they let her own Southeast Asia's large-scale construction projects. A cozy relationship like that could turn the tides against Tan Tien. Oh, this is Josephine Tang, huh? Josephine Sang, your screen flickers as a trid clip begins playing. Josephine Sang stands at a podium addressing a crowd of reporters in front of a partially constructed skyscraper. Hey, Beljora, what's up? With the finalization permits approved for the Paktai worker complex here in Doneguin, I promise you that the prosperity of the city can only increase. This marks an auspicious day. Good night, Wolf Boy. Thousands of new jobs in construction, tens of thousands more when the project is complete, and low-cost housing for every worker. Some have said Sang Mechanical Services does not have the will to compete in a global market, though we are only a force to be reckoned with in Hong Kong, Africa, and South America. I say that our good fortune is your good fortune. Sang Mechanical Services is more than a local company. Our star is rising and shows no sign of slowing. I ask the residents of Dongguan, who among you does not wish for a better life, a wealthier, happier life, one where your company is also your family and can protect you from the uncertainty of these trying times? We will give you that life. We will give you that protection and certainty. What a load of utter crap. It may be crap, but the people in Dongguan ate it up. The idea of signing with a local company that isn't by who, and believe me, they count Tan Tien and Wuzhang as foreign, was too much of a draw for them to pass on. I'm thinking that absent catastrophe, Josephine Sang will be in the executive council in the next few days. Why do they count Wuzhang as foreign? Tan Tien, sure, they're headquartered in Beijing, but Wuzhang is just as native to Hong Kong as Sang is. Wuzhang and the Canton Confederation have been at odds since 2015. Wuzhang's made a habit of exploiting the people of Guangdong and using loopholes to shield themselves from taxation. What's more, Wuzhang is the primary mover in founding the Free Enterprise Zone, permanently stopping the Confederation's designs on Hong Kong. Sang took a different tactic. Josephine Sang started out by promising the Canton Confederation a very lucrative taxation agreement in exchange for a low-cost, long-term lease for their facilities in Dongguan. She sweetened the deal by treating them like family rather than adversaries. She's got the meeting out of her hand. Punk metal hardcore. Got a collection of over 10,000 albums of punk, hardcore, hardcore light, thrash metal, heavy metal, light metal, death metal, metal nouveau, sinopunk, synth punk, cyber thrash, synthcore, Hong Kong ska, and triple umlaut bounds like umlaut. That sounds like you, Shadowed. That's all you, man. Rock collector. If there's an album you've been searching for, I might just have it. In return, I'm in search of any weird, obscure bands to add to my library. Let me know. Got any cybercore synth metal? As for what might interest you, I own the complete over of this German punk band, Messerkampf. Heard of them? Messerkampf? They're so mainstream. They're really big in the GIS. Really? Do they tour? No, man, I don't think so. Those Berlin anarchist bands never survived very long. Besides, I think they broke up a really long time ago. Wasn't that Dietrich's band? Wasn't that Dietrich's band? Yeah, Shadowed. I was telling you, man. This is that music. They're probably aging wage slaves now and no idea that they're wildly popular on the other side of the planet. They had all this stuff, man. All these things. Like all this quality of music I thought you'd be all about. Triple umlaut bound like umlaut. It was Dietrich's band? Cool. That's cool. Looking for experienced decker for a discreet milk run, picking a very special access card off a wage slave. Potential for a longer term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and long list of happy clients. Is it the same person advertising? You must not take entertainment stims during runs. You must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. You must have a good sense of humor. Knock, knock. You said a good sense of humor. It's a joke, see? At this point, we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with a mature adult's impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our deckers lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Poor runs with Scissors 2056. Although by looking at her name, I guess we should have known. So basically you guys are desperate for a decker. Has anyone else contacted you? We can wait a little longer. Meet me. You guys are starting to get a bad rap, you know. Jinxed. Oh my god. As some of you know, I have a keen interest in urban planning, geophysics, and anything involving our eventual and inevitable destruction. Appended is a recent summary on rising sea level in Hong Kong. It expresses the issue well in lay terms. Freedom Cowboy, you complain my post titles are a bit sterile. How's this one? The Sinking of Hong Kong. The Joint Corporate Development Bureau has released a report on sea level rise in Hong Kong over the next 50 years. Since the year 2000, Hong Kong experienced 9 to 13 meters of water level rise, varying by location. Geologists cite a combination of Antarctic ice melting, the natural singing of Hong Kong's artificial fill shorefronts, and forced subsidence caused by massive urban construction. Geologists predict a continued rise in water levels over the next 50 years, with slowing land subsidence being offset by the accelerating collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. Quoting from government geologist Ah Mingjia, with up to 15 meters, Dr. Ah Mingjia, with up to 15 meters of subsidence expected over the next half century, a large fraction of current Hong Kong will become submarine. Due to our population and small land base, abandonment of flooded land is no longer practical. Rigorous amphibious retrofitting of the city will need to continue. By 2100, the current coastal buildings will mostly rise from a canal environment. Engineering studies indicate that major improvements will be necessary on the coastal seawall and on Victoria Harbour's Zirang Wall, officially the anti-typhoon automated harbour defence jetty. Coastal protections will need to be raised by half a meter per year to counteract the total effect of rising sea level and the worsening severity of super typhoons. The Development Bureau estimates this may cost 250 billion new yen over the next 5 decades. Climactic models suggest that by 2100, storm surges impinging on Hong Kong shores may exceed 3 meters in height, and wind-driven waves during severe storms may reach 15 meters. So we're going to be running jobs from gondolas in 50 years? That's the message? When one does some simple financial modeling and extrapolates the worsening severity and frequency of super typhoons along with the geological outlook, the actual message is that it may be necessary to abandon Hong Kong. WP, I take it back. Keep your sterile titles. What's so endearing about you is that you talk about the grimmest things like an accountant. Double entry accrual accounting is an amazing system. If more operators took an interest in it, they would have much better long-term financial security, as well as be better able to interpret and manipulate materials encountered during their work. It's pretty ironic that your handle shortens to WP, normally associated with white phosphorus. Actually, Hatch, it's not. It's really not. White phosphorus is exceptionally useful, not merely because of its hypergolic ignition and the fact that once burning it's chemically immune to water quenching, hello, but also because of its high adhesion and toxicity. I don't take pleasure in these qualities, but I appreciate them. Interesting. Alright. Alright, how am I doing on Nguyen? Alright, I've got 2,300 Nguyen. No combat there, so... Let's see. Yeah, I've heard something like that. And let's save this here. Lovely. Okay. I did claim payment. I did claim payment. See? I claimed payment already. And as far as post date is concerned, I think I already did that, yeah. Alright. Now the question is, how fast can I get through the talking here so I can... Am I going to have time to get through one more mission? That's the question. Ractor, you're not going to want to say anything to me. Right. The storage room that functions as Gaichu's cabin is a cramped, overheated mess. Piles of old ship parts share space with tarnished cookware, flats of instant noodles, a collection of cast-off clothes, and reams of diagnostic manuals for obsolete computer hardware. To top it off, there's barely any light whatsoever. All the bulbs in this room are missing. Gaichu is busily moving boxes around, apparently in an effort to carve out some personal space amid the junk that he shares his cabin with. As you enter, he cocks his head and turns around. "Welcome to my sanctuary, Thundercake. I apologize for the lack of light, but as I did not need it, Gobbet took the bulbs for use elsewhere. How can I be of assistance?" "I just wanted to see how you were settling in." Gaichu rolled his shoulders in a diffident shrug. "I live. I am among those who can make use of my services and who are not attempting to claim the bounty on my head. Is that not enough for now?" Any thoughts about that last run? "What do you expect me to say? You have allowed me to live, invited me into your home, or boat, if you prefer, and have given me a means to earn an income and use my particular set of talents. I am pleased with this." While I understand your desire to keep the elders alive to preserve whatever goodwill exists between you and the Wampoans, I worry that such softness sends the wrong message to those in the underworld. Hey, Dragon! Thank you, sir. Thank you. Glad to be back, and welcome. What's up, man? There is a time for truth, but there is also a time for sending a message. You need to talk about your condition being a ghoul. As you wish. You are my benefactor, and as such I yield to you. Ask then. I will do my best to answer. How do I know that the team is safe from you? Yeah, bagels. Because I give you my word that I will not harm you or anyone else in the team. I am a man with a disease, not a mindless beast. My word is my bond. I can accept that. Good. I would hate to think there is lingering distrust between us. Aside from being blind, how has it affected you? Yeah, welcome back, Dragon. Or welcome in, Dragon, I should say. Good to see you, man. I am glad to be back. Although it was a fun time, but still. Aside from my heightened senses of smell and hearing, I am stronger, tougher, and more resilient than any mundane human. I can achieve feats of physicality that are normally restricted to adepts and those with extensive enhancements. These, as well, as sharp as any small knife. I prefer my sword, but in a grapple they come in extremely handy. He draws one nail over the surface of his shoulder plates. A hair-fine spiral of armor peels off the nail's wake. Do you still need to sleep? Unfortunately, I do. I am not an undead creature of legend. If I manage to unlock the secret of rest without sleep, I will be certain to inform you. Seems like your condition is stabilized. I know, right, Biljora? Oh my god, really? So Windows 7 for you now? Gotcha. For now it has. I will not suddenly become a ravenous beast lurking in the hold of your ship. At least, no more so than I already am. Your armor is heavier than what most Shadowrunners wear, and more distinctive too. That is correct. It is the armor worn by the elite soldiers of the Renraku corporate military, the Red Samurai. Those are the Renraku special forces, aren't they? Correct. The most elite soldiers that the corporation can muster, trained to the highest and most exacting level possible. They are assigned only the most dangerous, difficult, and important missions. Things that the units would balk at even discussing. Ha, nice. That armor's a rare thing for a Shadowrunner to have. That is true. It is considerably less rare for a Red Samurai to have a suit of it, however. Even if he goes rogue. You were a Red Samurai? Indeed. For the entirety of my adult life, I was a member of the Renraku military. Specifically, the Red Samurai. That changed relatively recently. I feel the reasons are abundantly clear. Hence, I still possess my armor, my sword, my training. They have served me well in both my previous life and in this one. Why'd you pick the name Gaichu anyway? It was given to me. This is what the Japanese call ghouls for the most part. I am vermin, a thing shunned by polite society, to be hunted and slain for a bounty. My old life is gone. It seemed as apt a name for the streets as any other that I could choose. I like that attitude. It turns the tables of power. One does not defeat the enemy solely by strength of arms. One must turn one's own weaknesses into strength. It is an old and valuable lesson too often forgotten. Let's see. How did you end up running the Shadows? What other employment is appropriate for a cannibal whose only previous experience is in military operations? There are not many things I know how to do. This is one of them. You weren't always a ghoul, though. In theory, Red Samurai who are wounded are given the best in medical treatment and cybernetics. If these are insufficient to return them to active duty, they are given a pension and retired. In practice, this is never the case. Red Samurai's teams do everything together. Eat, sleep, train, play. We learn to think for each other, move as a single entity. When part of that team is broken, it affects everyone. The other members of the unit would be distracted, thinking about a wounded comrade, and would resent a new member for usurping the old member's place. So the wounded invariably take the same course of action for the good of the team. Ritual suicide. Seppuku. An interesting way to ensure unit cohesion. Perhaps in the UCAS or other Western countries. Counties? It would not be necessary. But for us, the laws of etiquette are different. Some call it extreme, but it is always done willingly. Or almost always, I should say. In my case, I became infected while on a sabotage mission against Shayawasi in Osaka. The unit was exfiltrating on foot from Naniwa Ward to the Anshiku slums. We had not anticipated ghoul nest on our route. My surprise got the better of me and I was bitten. Understand that since the passage of the Yamato Act, Japan is a pure country. Metahumans are deported, and to be infected with HMHVV is to be less than an animal. You will be killed on sight. Since this was in effect the same as being permanently crippled in the eyes of the team, it was expected I would kill myself. Sounds pretty fascist. When I was younger, I would have argued that you simply did not understand what it means to be Japanese. I think now, however, that you are correct. The Yamato Act is a convenient way to encourage nationalistic fervor while avoiding the racial problems of other nations by simply removing non-humans. Because I was still capable of fighting, I questioned the necessity of suicide. Why should I die if I was still as effective as before? Was I not worth having simply because my diet changed? One does not discard a quality tool simply because the surface is stained. I made the decision to leave while the unit was allowing me time to prepare for my expected suicide. I took nothing but my weapons, armor, and a small number of personal mementos. I knew that the unit would hunt me down and kill me. Ghouls are considered vermin in Japan. To have a red samurai become one and refuse to die? Unconscionable. Sounds like the red samurai take honor very seriously. They do, to an anachronistic degree. Political and ideological indoctrination is as much a part of the training as physical fitness and weapons practice. In order to use this, they make certain you will only turn it on enemies of the company and the nation. They found me 2 weeks after I ran. I was careless as I fled south and they caught up with me in Fukuoka. But I escaped, barely. It was at that point I decided that I should leave Japan. I knew they would not stop hurting me, but I could make it more difficult for them. How did you end up in Hong Kong? I was searching for a cure. I needed a place where I could disappear into the shadows, find work, and evade capture if a cure did not materialize. The Yamato Act meant that it was even more dangerous to be in Japan than anywhere else. I went to China primarily because I still hoped to be able to return home. It felt less final if I fled to somewhere nearby. I went first to Shanghai, but Raku's presence there is significantly more robust than in Hong Kong. I learned that my previous unit had not stopped hurting me after I left Japan, so I decided to move further afield. Hence, Hong Kong. Where else can anyone arrive and disappear without the city carrying one whit? Berlin seems a good spot. Perhaps 5 years ago. But the recent upheavals and the newly iron-fisted Seder Krupp influence filled me with trepidation. The flux state is no more. Ah, no more flux state! Long live the corporate Berlin of the future. Since arriving here, I've drifted between neighborhoods, selling my services to those who are unafraid of my appearance and condition. It has not been as profitable as I'd hoped. Did you grow up in a corporation? Yes, in Kaihenshin, the Kyoto-Osaka Kobe sprawl. It is less populated than Neo-Tokyo, but not by much. I grew up in East Kobe, where my father was posted in a Renraku complex. Gaichu roots around in a nearby box, running his fingertips over several chips before deciding on one. He slots it into his PDA, and a Trid photo flickers to life in the space between you. A young man, obviously Gaichu, leans against a railing which overlooks a sprawling harbor complex of skyscrapers and cranes. His school uniform is ripped, and the beginning of a black eye are forming. Yeah, that's right, Messiah, that's true. Abrasions cover his knuckles and blood dots his pants. Despite this, he's grinning like he just won the lottery. Vibrant. Fierce. That's not what I expected to see. What picture is it? Obviously, I am not able to see the image. You're standing by a railing overlooking a city. Ah, that must be on Mount Maya. If I remember right, I gave better than I got in that fight. 3 against 1, but they were out of shape and cocky. I used to cause a lot of trouble when I was in school. My father was constantly raging that I had no sense of responsibility and that I needed to take life more seriously. The final straw was when he bailed me out of jail. That would have tried Raymond's patience too. That is the curse of fathers everywhere, to have their children give them ulcers. Especially true for high-strung authoritarian ones like Yasujiro. My friends and I stole a delivery van. It had a shipment of Shayawasi SimSense decks. Brand new, very expensive. We were going to fence them and use the money to take a trip to Okinawa. Are you familiar with what it's like to grow up in a corporate family? I know a thing or two about it, yeah. Then you understand how it is. Children are encouraged to participate in acts of vandalism against rival corporations. Unfortunately, we were caught by Shiawazi security, not Renraku. You think your father approved, even secretly? I doubt it very much. For him, the activity was not the issue. It was that I was caught and embarrassed both the company and him. He is very much a man who believes that there is a proper way to do things, and I had once again cut corners. What did your father do next? That is a story for another time, unfortunately. I still have a lot of arranging to do, and I doubt anyone else will be willing to be alone with me in a darkened room. Come back later. We can discuss it further. Okay, if that's what you want. It is. And thank you again for your hospitality. Kaichu's box of personal effects is overflowing with a collection of souvenirs, mementos, and knickknacks. There is no rhyme or reason to the collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Laying atop the box are a collection of antique Japanese coins inside an overturned wooden mask and a black lacquered box with gold inlay. Ah, I see you have found my box of personal effects. Please feel free to examine whatever you like within it. Just take care to put them back when you are done. I do not own much, but the things I keep are very precious to me. They are all that remains of my former life. I know about the mask. Okay. What is this wooden mask, Aichu? It is a mask from the historical no play Ikuta Atsumori. The face is that of a young samurai, Taira no Atsumori. I had a collection of a dozen or so no masks when I was younger. That is the last remaining one, and my personal favorite. I know this, but what's the difference between a normal play and a no? No actors wear those masks to cover their faces. The angle they hold themselves changes the expression on the mask, so the acting is highly rigid and controlled. The entire performance is highly ritualized. There is no measure of improvisation allowed, only refinement of the prescribed form. I know what a no play is. The words are sung like in a Western opera and accompanied by a set of musicians known as a hayashi. The hayashi keeps time with several drums, a flute, and a chorus. A chorus in the Greek theatrical sense, I mean. Unfortunately, no is an unpopular art in modern times. I expect this is because all of the plays are conducted in classical Japanese, which is not comprehensible to the general public. I have heard that the creators of No, a father and son in the 14th century, took inspiration from magical rituals at Shinto shrines. It is said that by placing masks upon their face, the actors became possessed by the spirit of the character they play. There are worse fates, I think, than to embody the spirit of a tragic warrior like Atsumori. What's the play about? A young man travels with the priest who raised him to Ikuta Shrine to commune with the spirit of his father. I already read this. Blah, 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 blah. Why is it your favorite? A measure of civic pride, I suppose. And I like the story. Taira no Atsumori died at the Battle of Ichi no Tani, just outside Kobe. The play takes place primarily at the Ikuta Shrine, which is located in downtown Kobe. In old cities in Japan, especially in Kaihanshin, I have always felt there is a sense of history whenever one looks. The skyline may have skyscrapers and delivery drones, but the foundations are laid on the bones of the dead. I think it is important to remember their sacrifices and joys, sorrows and glories. This is why sometimes I worry that I am a sentimentalist at heart. Interesting. What about the lacquered box? The box is a deep, glossy black cube. The edges and corners are rounded rather than sharp, and the gold flake inlay... Thanks, Bojora. Well, I'm trying. I'm hoping I'm getting it right. Sliding the top off, the interior contents are revealed. A calligraphy set, complete with inkstone and block brushes and paper. Just wink 2 times and I'll fix the vote. Oh, man. No, you know, listen, if chat wants me to do it, I'll do it. You know, that's fine with me. The bigger concern I have is how I'm going to do it. Because I don't like getting ROMs or emulators that I don't have the game for. And I feel kind of dumb just buying a copy of the Genesis cartridge when I don't have a Genesis. So I was thinking about maybe getting like a Retron, and that way, if I have a future game, like one of those, I could do it. Because it's not on the Wii, it's not on Virtual Console, it's not on the Wii U even, it's not on Xbox, it's not on PlayStation. So the only way to get it is through emulator, which means like emulated, or getting it like in Retron, or like getting a Genesis and having to fiddle with hooking it up, which is not optimal. Oh, that thing. It's a beautiful set, but it's a shame that I am unable to make use of it. Sure, they used to be able to. No. My handwriting has always been absolutely terrible. Whatever fanciful stories you may have heard of being able to tell a swordsman's ability by his handwriting, I assure you they are wrong. The set was a gift from a professor of Japanese literature. He appreciated my interest in the classics, the tale of the Heike, the tale of Genji, the collection of 10,000 leaves, etc. I think he wished to encourage me to cultivate non-martial interests. I appreciated the gesture, but my attempts at the calligraphy mostly resembled excited chickens prancing over paper, their feet soaked in ink. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I mean, obviously, I've streamed in television and stuff, so it's like, you know. I feel like I should maybe do the Ares one next. I don't know. See, that's the thing, though. I'm not sure if it is abandonware. If it's abandonware, I guess I could play it without any trouble. But see, Genesis games, I don't really know. I'm not sure. You find Wu sitting on his bed and staring at the floor when you come to his cabin. He rubs his head up and back, occasionally stopping to softly bounce his palm against his forehead. When he notices you, he closes his eye and shakes his head. Not in the mood to talk right now. I gotta wrap my brain around this Edward Sang thing. Tough finding out Raymond isn't who we thought he was. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. 16 years. We lived with him 16 years and we never knew the man. Heike? Oh, sorry, not Heike, it's Heike? 16 motherfucking years. I just gotta think. Work through this. Yeah. No, I know I can, but the question is whether... Well, first of all, that one I think is a little... My impression is that's a little bit sketchy, that area. The thing I have to figure out is whether, you know... how legal or illegal the stuff is, I guess. No, I can't, no. I can't do that. You know, if chat wants me to do it, I'll do it. But... Okay, Isabel's avatar fills the stream. This isn't helping. I'm decking. I'm in my safe space and it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. Your memories are a part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave them behind. No, I guess that it doesn't. It fucking should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Belshore, then. I apologize for when I'm getting it wrong. Heike. Ah, I gotcha. What are you gonna do about it? I don't know, okay? I just don't know. You know what? Hang on. Isabel's body shudders. A familiar tremor. Her consciousness is flooding back out of the matrix and into her meat. Her eyes flutter and she takes a sharp breath. Slowly, shakily, she rises from her perch on the floor. You're here with more questions, right? I'm sure that you are. Why else would you be bothering me? So spit them out and I'll go digging around in this cesspit that I call a memory. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a clue. I know that you're hurting, Isabel. Karaoke. Karaoke, okay. If venting helps, go ahead. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person that I want to be. I'll be okay, I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Let's get this ball rolling. I have a question about the walled city. Go on. Gaba told me about your escape from the walled city just like you said she would. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me about it? Because the answers she gave me raised more questions. And you want me to answer them for you. Alright, Thundercake. Maybe I can satisfy your curiosity. The walled city was a hellhole. You already know that. But for all of its failings, it was a good teacher. It taught me to hide, to stay small and unnoticed and insulated, to survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten. That sticking your neck out is a fool's errand, but that even fools can have their uses. It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and how to use that strength for my own benefit. So when I met Gobbet, I knew that she had something I didn't. Confidence? Sure, that. And her connection to Rat. Everything about her, really. We were different people then. Still are now. But the differences were even more pronounced when we were kids. Care to elaborate? Gobbet was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but she mostly saw life as a game. As for me, well, I knew that it wasn't. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 at the time. But even at that age, I saw Gobbet for what she represented, what she could be. And what was that? My own personal road out of the walled city. A path to freedom disguised as a little girl with dreadlocks. And as it turned out, I was right. Ever since I unlocked these damn memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's like a vicious cycle running over and over in my head. I hate it, but it won't stop. I feel guilty. You needed help and you took it. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Gives me another reason to feel grateful to her, I guess. That's something. I've always known that I owed Gobbet, but now I remember how much and why. Anyway, that's my side of the story. I hope that it satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Gobbet said that you didn't want her to guide your parents out of the walled city, that you wanted them left behind. Yes, but not for anything that they'd done. My parents are good people. They fled Somalia to try and find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault that they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind for me. For you? What do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious? This. I knew what I was going to have done. I planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have stuck if my parents were around? If I had a living reminder right there next to me? It wouldn't have, so they had to stay. Wow. You were just a kid. I probably would have made the same decision in your shoes. Yeah, you probably would have. And for what it's worth, I was sure that they'd be fine. They were my parents, grown-ups. They'd be alright. Nope. They wouldn't be alright. Before you ask, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go riding to their rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. It felt like the right one at the time. Now I have to live with it. We all have to live with things that we regret. I didn't always. Until very recently, I couldn't remember any of this. Well, let's change the subject, okay? Anything else would be fine. Why'd you have your memories locked away? Why do you think? They were awful, traumatic. I'm not talking about personal trauma here. I was fortunate enough to avoid the fates of many of my peers. I didn't get pressed into service in a brothel. The organ leggers didn't get me. I only had to watch one of my siblings die. So yeah, it could have been worse. But that doesn't make an easy early life in the walled city any easier to bear. Hang on, you watched one of your siblings die? Yes, my older brother, Kabdali, heroin overdose. He was 19, almost the same age that I am now. Sorry you had to watch that. Me too. Want to hear something awful? I almost envied him. He got out easy compared to a lot of people who die in the walled city. There was no violence. He wasn't taken by organ leggers or gunned down by the triads. He just put a spike in his arm to press the plunger and stop breathing. Quick and easy. I'm sorry. Don't be. His death was a lesson and I did my best to learn from it. Everything that happened in my childhood was that way. A lesson in disguise. Lessons about impermanence and the random cruelty of life. Lessons about what a huge mistake it is to get attached and how to prioritize your own survival no matter what. Those lessons were important. They kept you alive. But it's just as important to know when to leave them behind. That's true, by the way. Yeah, I know. But I'm having a hard time with that right now. We all carry the same scars. You and me and Gunshow and Gobbet. Some run bigger and deeper than others, but we've all got them. I don't want mine anymore. And that's enough of that. Ask me something else, Thundercake. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's all for now. Can we talk about something else? Any thoughts about that last run? I thought I wouldn't miss the Wampoans, and you know what? I don't. They're all a bunch of pompous, cliquish tech junkies who act like they're in high school, all backstabbing and whispered gossip. The Elders are the worst of them, always pitting their cronies against each other. They're useful allies, but I don't ever want to deal with them directly again. They had high school inside the walled city. Well, I didn't exactly go to high school, or any school for that matter, but I watched a lot of Trid and I hang out on the Matrix all day. I think I have a pretty good idea of what teenagers are like. I can't believe Wing and the other Elders would be stupid enough to try and shirk payment on a Shadowrunner. A ghoul Shadowrunner, who's dressed like a red samurai. You pulled some real smooth stuff with Lamb, though, convincing him that their plot was in everybody's best interests. We keep them as allies, we get a nasty new team member, and hopefully the Wampoans pick some new Elders with better common sense. Anything else you want to know? Be well. It's interesting that they're just not irritated with me for bringing the ghoul on board. I thought they were going to be super pissed, but they're like, nope, no big deal. That's fine. Had no idea. Okay. As you enter Gobbet's cabin, two things grab your attention. The first is Gobbet herself. She looks exhausted, bleary-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate with her is nowhere to be seen. The second is what she's doing. Gobbet appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan half its size. The bird's rubbery neck flops from side to side with every heave of her shoulders. Oh, hey, Seattle. Caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. Compressed duck. I've been watching the struggle. Looks like the duck is winning. Huh? Oh, it isn't winning. It's just being stubborn. I'll make it fit, don't you worry. This would be easier with a bigger pot. I'd have to wash it first, though. And to do that, I'd have to find it. Anyway, you, want something? Up to my elbows in mallard. I'm ready for my next lesson. No lessons today, Seattle. I'm not feeling up to it. What's wrong? I don't look very good. It's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by the demons of my past thing. I mean, that's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Generally, when thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter, laugh it off, and go have a snack. But this, I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. I guess I'm just worried about Cad and Mal, which is weird because because why would I be? I mean, I haven't even spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who gets shot at for a living. Maybe we should go check it out. The sinking ship isn't far, is it? No, I don't want to do that. At least not without a good reason. It'd be awkward, and I'm sure that it's nothing anyway. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing that we're all feeling. The psychic sewage that's being dredged up in all of us by whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure that you've had some flashes of memory from the Barrens in your bad dreams, right? Images from your past come back to haunt you. But you aren't going to drop everything and go running back there because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here. It couldn't hurt to check. Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't want to know what being there will do. But I'll tell you what. I'll drop Malvina a line just to check in. Make sure that this is a me problem and not a them problem. And if there is something going on, I promise you'll be the first to know. Alright, Gobbet, if that's the way you want to play it. It is. Now, is there anything else that you wanted, or can I get back to my duck? I love continually asking her about the run, when she keeps being like, you didn't bring me on the run. Yeah, sure, and Seattle, everything will be fine, you'll see. If there is anything fishy happening on the sinking ship, you and Iz will be the first to know, I promise. Alright. Alright, let's get that rest. You awaken from a blank, featureless sleep, sweat-soaked and starving. You feel uneasy, but you can't say why. Groggily, you heave yourself out of bed. Okay, so that just doesn't even give me a dream. That's just like, alright, here we go. Just want to put myself on the main drag here. I know, right? Exactly, Mercurius. Gobbet, I need more information from you so I can go open this quest up. I don't really give a damn about you and your family, but okay. So, let's see what we've got left. Go to the Repulse Bay Hotel to help Dr. Shenyang blackmail Neville Ma. Travel to the MV Naichi and steal the data and tissue samples. Go to the Ares Asia Holdings facility to plant the data. Or go to the Shangri-La and kidnap Rooster Lowe. Which one of these, by the way, which one is the one that's got, which one is the one who's got, what do you call it? That's got the guys that Ractor wants? Is it it's Ares Asia, right? Is it the Ares Asia one where Ractor needs to come along? Because I'll probably do that one next. Is it the Ares Asia one? I'm thinking. I'm guessing. I believe. Maybe. I just want to make sure I remember so I can know for the next time. Ares Asia? Is it that one? Yeah, Ares is the Raptor one? Okay, that's what I thought. Cool. Lovely. Awesome. Okay. That is good times, people, but it is 1:15, and that means it is about that time because I want to do the giveaway and then do our little raid and then be done for now, and I want to end our vote. So let's do that right now, folks. We're going to finish up this vote right now as soon as I get through Steam's reminders of things I didn't know anything about. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, thanks. Thanks for all that. Thanks for all that, Steam. Okay. This site is a non-profit that publishers release full or demo copies, blah, blah, blah. What? Oh. Okay. So this is legit then? So this is legit, you're saying? Okay. That's good to know. However, hey, I am still, although I'm closing